Hello, hello. Audio and video visible.
Hello. Those who are there in the class, please comment in the comment section. Good afternoon. Say hi, type anything. Hello. Good. All right. So we'll begin with the class. So today what we are going to discuss, we are going to get venture into the administration part. Am I audible? Am I audible? Savan, please respond. Yes. So today we are going to venture into the administration part, where first we'll learn how did the administration come up, or basically, basically what kind of administration do take place, one like in a chronological order, and then what we'll see, what kind of standards or ethical standards are expected in a society. We'll also see today's status and problems that is there in ethics per se, and then we'll venture into further topics which are there in that. So these 2 days we are going to dedicate to the administration part, and probably the third next day after that we are going to discuss the most important topics which would be important for this current year, including the things on which a case study or a question can be formed, as well as some part of administration we'll discuss that day. All right. So let's begin with administration and the way it developed throughout history. अरे ये हटो बेटा. हाँ, ठीक है हो गया. Civil services essentially makes part of what is called as administration. In order to understand how administration develops over a period of time, and how it exists in contemporary times, we need to understand it from the time that it would have existed, so that we get a better idea, and you don't need to remember something. Everything will fit logically in your head. So see what happened initially. When we were hunter gatherers, we did not stay in civilization. Probably we would not have needed any administration. And when we speak about that, there there was a time when contract would be made. Now, if contract was made in the manner in which Hobbes and Locke and other social contract theorists suggested or not, is not for us to see. But at least there was a time when we started existing in civilization. So initially there was no way or no reason for the management to take place or for the management to happen. But with time, what happened, that when we started settling into civilization, let's say we started settling at a particular place and there were more number of people, things needed management. So for example, let's say when the kingdom came and there was one person who was considered to be the king of that place, irrespective of the fact whatever region that was, then that person has to assign the food to some people, water to some people, and other such amenities to people. Now what happened was that this thing cannot be done by king alone. Let's say there are 100 people, it is still manageable, but what if there are 1,000 people? So we needed a system in that case. All right. So we needed a management at that time. So what was that? That was a system which was needed. System in which everybody is assigned, not everybody, but the people who are going to be in charge of different amenities would be there to take care of the to take care of this to take care of the management of that particular area. So what happened was, let's say for defense there was a particular department or a particular minister made in charge. Then for, let's say, food distribution, there was a particular minister which was made in charge. Then for the water supplies, for drainage system, for other things, there were separate ministers. So what happened, there existed this system, because without the existence of a system where different ministers, let's say M1, M2, where different ministers are in charge of different things. Let's say he is in charge of defense and this person is in charge of, food distribution. So now, unless and until such kind of people exist or such kind of system exists, it is very difficult for one to run the management of a particular area. So that king would need to assign these people the job or the in chargeship of managing these things. Now, such kind of administration or such kind of system, this whole system was called what? This whole system was called administration. And now, when we talk about this administration, it would exist in its most fundamental format when we talk about the timeline which we generally refer to. Why? Because that time it just started existing. So what would have been important at such times? That the minister who is in charge of defense should be able to carry on his duties effectively and efficiently. Similarly, for food distribution, minister too should be able to carry out his duty in an effective and efficient manner. That means the system should run properly. The system should not falter, right? Such kind of administration in the chronological or order on this timeline. अरे देखने से कुछ दिक्कत आ रही है, बंद हो रहा है बार बार. On this timeline came to be known as bureaucratic administration. बार बार जा रहा है. So that came to be known as bureaucratic administration. But then what happens, that the system is in place. So first requirement is that us having a system in order to stay in civilization. If that system itself does not exist, then there is no point in having an organization or having a state or place where you can stay. So system was a fundamental requirement. That means administration was needed. Then when we moved on to that, we started running a system. The evolution of administration would be that today we are able to get the food. Today we are able to be defended from the enemies. So that means we are in a safer environment and more protected environment. Now what we will see is that this administration, since it is made for whom? It is made for the people only. And if people are not having any say in that administration, then that is not a good administration. But that will happen only when a fundamental system had existed. If the fundamental system never existed, then you cannot do that. Right? So when we talk about the existence of that fundamental system, that gives us the platform to move further and evolve further in the administration. So now what you would think when you are in a more protected environment, you would feel that your opinions are also important. Let's say there is a particular way in which the democracy should be run, but there is a particular way in which the administration should be run, but that is not run in exactly the manner in which you want. So let's say distribution of food. Let's say distribution of food. So when we talk about distribution of food, uh, it is done in a manner in which is, let's say, S1 system is adopted, and when S1 system is adopted for food distribution, but the people of that particular area wants S2 system to be applicable. Now S1 S2 can be any random system. This is just to understand that there is a difference in how the administration to be run when it is run from top bottom or when the opinion of people are included. So the fundamental thing that would exist is that people's opinion also become important when you are in a more protected and secure environment, which would mean what? Which would mean that in such a times you would feel that your opinion should be included in administration. So the natural evolution of administration would first call for the existence of a system which is called administration, more precisely bureaucratic administration. But then when opinion of people are included in that system, it would be called as democratic system or democratic administration. So in chronology, what would come first? First, let's say we are at a hunter-gatherer state. Then we move on to having a system. Then we move on to having a system. This system is what? Which is there to run the particular nation or area. This is administration, precisely called as bureaucratic. Over here, the fundamental system is there which protects and secures you. Then we move on to the next system, which is more evolved in nature, where opinion of people are also given to the administration. This kind of culture is called as democratic, which means more open-ended and more eclectic. So if there is a question on bureaucratic culture, bureaucratic organization, bureaucratic administration, bureaucratic system, or democratic one, you would know what to do. Over here, the qualities like efficiency, effectiveness, and other such efficacy, other such qualities would be coming in. In democratic culture, inclusion of public opinion, the most important. It becomes more open-ended. But just imagine if bureaucratic system was not there. Can democratic system take place? The answer is no. So in order for democratic system to take place or democratic culture to establish, the fundamental requirement would always be bureaucratic one. That is why you see people who are from background of public administration, political science, or other such similar backgrounds would know that whenever the initial theories that came about administration always spoke about bureaucratic administration, and then later on when things were added on top of that, that is the time when democratic culture or people's opinion started mattering. All right, but any doubts up till here? Any doubts up till here? Now, If you don't comment in the comment section, I would assume that no doubts are there, right? So you have to be active and you have to respond. Now, when we talk about this particular subject as well, ethics, we would see now that where did the roots of such kind of administration exist. What happened was there was a classical debate in 1940s between Friedrich and Feiner. Now you don't need to remember the names, but you need to understand the idea. The debate was regarding the ethical standards and the legality. So one of them suggested that the restraints that administrators have should be external in nature, and the other side argued for internal constraints. Now we are talking about constraints over here. So what should be the backdrop of this debate? The backdrop of this debate was that there is a suspicion of deviancy on the part of the administrators. So it was expected, or it was suspected, that these people who are working in an administration, or let's say administrators, might commit an error, might commit a fault. One way to resolve it was via legal actions or via punitive measures, which means external constraints. And the other way was to train them in a manner that they learn what is ethical and then they move ahead for it. So if the suspicion was deviancy of behavior of whom? Administrators, right? In such a case, what would happen is that one person would tell for external constraints and the other one for internal constraints. Now, which one, according to you, do you think should be applied in order to save an administrator from committing something which is wrong? Please answer. What do you think? Internal constraint should be there or external constraint should be there? External, internal. Always remember, whenever we are talking about anything or even in our answers, there is only one word which makes the difference. Balance. So both internal and external are important. Without punitive measures, we had already seen in the Dr. Good and Dr. Evil example that without external constraints, that means without legal judgment, ethical judgment is not punitive, so it will not be very far reaching. It will only be reformative in nature. So in such a case, we need to have both of them. But if we have only external and not internal, then Dr. Evil will always exist, right? So as a result of this classical debate, what happened was there were certain standards which came into picture. Which were that what kind of values should a particular administration have? So what were those? Those were regime values, situational values, and fundamental values. Right? Now these particular three values, fundamental can also be called as personal, these three values are a result of the classical debate. That means when both the parties fought for if a particular administrator is to be subjected to only external constraints or internal constraint, the result was both. Now what are regime values? Where basically constitution and laws are the repository of information, which means that your laws and your constitution are the ones which will tell what is the legal thing to do. situational values depend upon what your value in a particular situation or a context is. Fundamental or personal values are the ones where you, what are your personal values, as in honesty, integrity, objectivity, all these are your personal values. Now what happens is that there remains a confusion between fundamental and situational value, that your fundamental value is the same as situational value, but sometimes it might differ. How does it differ? Let's say you are a person who abides by rules and laws always. You are a person who do not breach any law or any rule. You have a high civic sense and you follow all the traffic rules as well. Now what happens, one day there is a friend of yours who is sick and severely sick, that he or she needs to be taken to the hospital in a very expedited manner. In that time, you might choose saving the life of your friend as a more prior thing than probably following the traffic rules. So you might break the traffic lights on that day. So what is happening? Your situational values and fundamental values might differ at times, though more often than not they would be similar only, because then if you see on the overall level, saving a life is a more important factor for you. Therefore, and all these things you are doing in order to do the same thing, because if that is said to that you can drive rash only when others are not driving rash. Otherwise, all your heroic acts of driving rashly would end when other people start driving rashly. Then you would not be able to do that. So overall, you are holding the value of saving the person. But otherwise, if we talk about categorization, then your fundamental value in that case would differ from the situational value, that you are not the one who breaks the rule, but in some time you might choose to do that. Now, these were the results of classical debate. But then we'll see parallelly that what are some other kind of public standards or values. So the other ones are, one is called as institutional value. Then there are instrumental values. And then there are personal values. Personal and fundamental values are the same. Personal and fundamental values are the same, which is the values that you have at your value base, right? What are institutional values? Institutional values are those values which exists within the system. Say, for example, you are sitting on the seat in a particular department. Let's say you are the secretary to the government of India in a particular department. Now, anybody comes to be the secretary to the government of India would have to follow those values. So it is not dependent on the person manning that particular department, but particular seat, but it will depend upon the institution itself. For example, accountability. It is not that if you are sitting in the administration and then somebody else is sitting, one of you cannot have accountability. So they are institution specific. Transparency. System will have transparency always, irrespective of the fact who sits in that position of power. Then what are instrumental values? Instrumental values are those values without which the system cannot run. So values like efficiency, effectiveness. If the system is not running efficiently and effectively, then there is no, though they are more of prudential in nature, if you want to understand in the language in which we have understood, they are more prudential in nature, yet without them the system would not run. Let's say there are very ethical people in the administration, yet they do not know how to work. Then what would happen? Instrumental values are not existent in that administration. That means you cannot run administration. Case in point, again, the example which I am going to use, never use this example in your exam. It is just to understand. All right. Say, for example, you pick up, because it will be like reasonably wrong. Reasonably wrong. Why? The example is not wrong, but you are undermining the value of a person. So let's say Immanuel Kant. Immanuel Kant will never do wrong, and he will take morality to an absolute level. But in the initial case study that we saw, that you are superintendent of police and there is a mob and you consider charging lathi, Immanuel Kant will not consider charging lathi. So even after being a moral absolutist, the administration will not run. So those are the instrumental values which help the administration run. Right? Efficacy, effectiveness, all these things. More in line with what bureaucratic ones are. Now, why did we see the green ones, the one which are written prior, are the ones which are the result of classical debate. The second one we understand generally, but why do we understand them understand all of them together? Because tomorrow, if there is a question that what kind of public standards or public values are expected in an administration or a polity, you will have a complete and exhaustive answer. First, you talk about regime values, which will tell that the constitution or the law becomes the repository of information. Then you talk about institutional values, where the values are institution specific. The difference between regime values and institutional values, if in case you are getting confused, laws will tell you about what kind of values would exist. And then those values, when put in an institution, let's say if Indian constitution suggests that we should not be holding public decisions in a very secretive manner, then transparency automatically sits into institution. If an institution is devoid of transparency, that means it is missing institutional values. Then you can talk about instrumental values. Then you can talk about situational values, which is specific to a situation. And then you can talk about fundamental value or personal value. So what have you done effectively? Exhaustively you have handled the question, and such kind of questions have come earlier. That there are what kind of values are there? There are regime values, institutional values, instrumental values, situational values, and personal or fundamental values. So please note it down, then we'll move further. Huh. नहीं, values differ कर सकते. Let's say you are a person. So that is institution specific. This also we will see कि मतलब जो हमारा एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन रहता है किस पे डिपेंड करता है. नेक्स्ट वाली वही चीज हम लोग बात करेंगे अभी. As a means, yes, instrumental would be as a means, because without this it will not happen. ठीक है. Next, now the question is, as you also raised, Utkarsh, the question that so now the question that is raised is that different organization might need different kind of administration to exist, or different kind of values to for be there. Yes, Savan, I think so. Like, I'll not quote that, but yes, if it is possible, do that. अरे कहाँ गया ये? Yes, that's what even I was told, but there are few, and you, if you want, you can also join. Come and join, but do that fast, because in some time we'll start some important things as well. Like, these are also important. Everything is important what we are doing, but you got the idea. So when we talk about administrative ethics, what are we trying to understand? That what would administrative ethics be dependent upon? Now, why are we talking about administrative ethics? Because now we have ventured into public civil services, values and ethics in public administration. Acha, one more thing, chalo, I'll explain you later. But when we talk about this particular topic and the topic that we are going to pick up later, we are talking about somewhere the concept of morality in administration, isn't it? We're talking about the concept of morality within the administration. So now when we talk about the concept of morality within the administration, we are talking about the discipline of ethics only, and we are talking about administrative ethics. Now maybe either we talk about it as a discipline or we talk about it as a general notion or general concept, but it has to depend on one, on two of the factors. One is, where do people in administration come from? Please mark your response in the comment box. Where do people in administration come from? They come from the society, right? So the socio-economic values will depend, administration will depend on the socio-economic values, right? See, classic case in point. Yesteryears, when like you would talk about your parents' time, they would say that very good administrators are there. They would say very nice, and that time the society was also morally simple, if we can put it that way. Today, the complexity of morality has increased by manifold, but that time it was not the same case. So the breed of civil servants that existed was much better. Today, the society is witnessing a erosion in value. So are the civil servants. Therefore, ARC identifies it in its report that value erosion has taken place within the administrators. So why is that happening? Because people's socio-economic status depends. It depends on their socio-economic values as well. Next comes the culture of the organization. So you can say bureaucratic culture. Bureaucratic culture. What does that mean? That if you are in charge of a social services scheme or you are a policeman, the morality that is expected of you would not be the same. You might need to be very harsh when you are investigating as a police officer, but in case if you are being harsh or rude when you are providing some social service scheme, that is not a desirable quality. So it is depending on two things. Similarly, for IB or RAW, transparency needs to be higher in other organization, but transparency has to be very low or almost nothing in organizations like RAW, IB, and other such organizations, because that is the when intelligence services are functioning. It is the need of the hour that transparency is not there, or very less transparency is there. So that means bureaucratic culture is also important, right? तो किसी भी एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन का, किसी भी डिपार्टमेंट का अगर एथिकल स्टैंड आपको देखना है तो इन दो चीजों पर डिपेंड करेगा. मूविंग फर्दर, एक कंफ्यूजन है जो मेजरली पब्लिक एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन स्टूडेंट्स माइट हैव, अदर पीपल वुड नॉट हैव एज सच, बट आई विल जस्ट टेल यू what we are talking about is public civil services values and ethics in public administration, right? This is this is your 6th unit. Now when we come to understand of what this public administration means, do not go by the strict definition of public administration, as we had seen earlier and discussed summarily, that this particular field, ethics, draws its understanding from different subjects like psychology. When we were learning about temptation to harm, that temptation we learned from psychological experiments. It also draws its understanding from moral philosophy, which we saw extensively in dimensions. So similarly, where it is applicable in administration or public administration. So how you have to read this word? You read this word simply as administration and do not get into the technical aspects too much, because it is a general studies paper, and wherever ethics is applicable, those topics are given in the syllabus, and that's how we are going to cover it. Right? Clear up till here? So now there is the first topic is status and problems. Now, what do we mean by status and problems? Just listen to this carefully. What would we be talking about? Would we talk about status and problems आज कुछ है, status and problems of ethics in public administration or of public administration in ethics. इस टॉपिक के अंदर पहला टॉपिक यही दिया हुआ है, status and problems. So how do you understand it? It will be basically what will be the focus area and what will be the core area? It will be status and problem of ethics in public administration. This will tell us what? This will basically tell us why the discipline on administrative ethics or a discipline called administrative ethics is not so easy to develop, right? So let's understand those problems one by one. Please pay attention in this because this is a crucial understanding, otherwise it won't be you won't be able to internalize it, right? Now when we talk about status and problem, the first problem comes, should you base the understanding of आज हर जगह कुछ ना कुछ हो रहा है पहले रास्ते में, फिर यहाँ बोर्ड नहीं चल रहा है, तो if you base the understanding of ethics in philosophy, because moral philosophy is there, so you will make a subject which includes all these moral thinkers, say for example Immanuel Kant, Aristotle and other people. Now tell me, if we develop a subject on that and we give that to administrators, today how much time do we assign to them? Apart from enriching our understanding where it is required, if we give the same subject to the administrators, then would they have time to read it as much? No, because it is not so easy. It is a typical understanding. They will take time to understand, to appreciate the ideas that different people have to suggest. But as an administrator, the one thing that you will not have is time. So the administrative ethics which is made for them will be shortchanged. That means the value it deserves, it will not get. It is a simple way of understanding it is, when you were younger, you would have made cards or would have made gifts by your own hand and then given it to someone. Just imagine if someone does not take it. आपने एक अच्छा सा कार्ड बनाया, किसी के लिए लेकर गए, उसने वो लिया ही नहीं. जब उसने कार्ड लिया ही नहीं तो कार्ड को उसकी वैल्यू नहीं मिली ना जो वो डिजर्व करता है. The card is not receiving the value that it deserves. Similarly, if we develop a particular subject of administrative ethics based upon philosophy, then that subject will not get the value what it deserves. So we cannot base it on philosophy, क्योंकि बहुत ज्यादा लेंदी हो जाएगा, उसे पढ़ने का टाइम नहीं मिलेगा तो वो वैल्यू नहीं मिलेगी उसे. तो क्या हम लोग अदर देन फिलोसफी कहीं रख सकते हैं? Now imagine that you do not make the card. If you do not make the card, then would the person get the value? The person will not get the value. So what will happen is, better off if we are trying to place it on the roots of ethics somewhere other than philosophy, then the administrators will not be able to understand. But after all, our understanding has been enriched because we know about Immanuel Kant, because we know about Aristotle, because we know about John Rawls, because we know about Jeremy Bentham, J.S. Mill, we know about feminist ethics. So our understanding has been enriched. But if they are not being a part of your understanding, then the value that administrators should get, they will not get. Simple बात है, एक केस में आपने कार्ड बनाया है और दिया है, अगले पर्सन ने एक्सेप्ट नहीं करा है. एक केस में आपने कार्ड बनाया ही नहीं है, तो जिसमें बनाया है और एक्सेप्ट नहीं हुआ है उसमें द कार्ड इज नॉट गेटिंग द वैल्यू, दैट मींस एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव एथिक्स इज नॉट गेटिंग द वैल्यू. And in the case when you have not made the card, then the person is not getting the value. So the word used is shortchanged. Shortchanged मतलब चिल्लर बना दिया उसका. ठीक है. Next problem comes in that where would you find the base of ethics as? Can you base it on laws only? Law पे आप रख सकते हो. Law is an educated way of knowing what is it, but it is not necessarily right. When we talk about law, legality, initial classes, law and ethics had an overlap. That means when we talk about law, it will tell you about the legality of a particular thing, and it not about the ethicality of something. For that, we have ethics as a subject. So it is maybe the most educated way to reach a decision, but not necessarily right. If there is a draconian law which comes into existence, then we morally, it is not right to even follow it, isn't it? So that is the other problem that that would exist. Then there comes a problem that should we base ethics only on the current state of the administration? अगर हम एक डायनेमिक सा बनाए और लेट्स से जो हमारा करंट स्टेट है एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन का, वहां वो उसके भी ऊपर एथिक्स सब्जेक्ट बनाए, कैन इट सफाइस? Over there also it will face a problem. The problem will be that values keep changing with time, and since values keep changing with time, therefore you cannot base it only on the current administration. Kyunki what would happen? Premarital sex, earlier it was not accepted, but today it is not. Today it is accepted. So what would happen if you were in police in earlier times or today? Today, what are the kind of shots that you see? That if somebody is caught, if you are in police and you go and raid a particular hotel where there are people more than 18 years, but they are not married, and you find them involved in sex or some other such activities, you can't charge them for doing what they are doing per se, right? So what is happening, that ethics, moral standards of administration is depending upon the current state of administration as well. Then there is something called as done thing. What is done thing? Done thing basically is the rationalization that we saw in the first class. When the right, dependence of right is based upon the number. When people say everyone is doing it, do people say that or not? That since everyone is doing it, it can't be wrong. So since everybody is taking bribe, it can't be wrong. If nobody was taking, then we could have understood that it is wrong. So what is the fallacy that is taking place? That is taking place over here. That right is dependent upon the number. And in the very first question, or the first or second question, we saw that right is not dependent on number. Right is dependent on other factors than number. So right is right even when no one is doing it. Wrong is wrong even when everyone is doing it. Another problem is that it says that everyone is doing it. So it is not literally everyone doing it. That is a way to rationalize. But it also says that not necessarily everyone is doing it. Varna administration chali kaise raha hai, right? So not everyone is doing it, and it is not necessarily right. So those are the problems that come up with done thing. So done thing basically is a rationalization which is used because of which administrative ethics does not take shape. So these are just the forming factors. Then another problem is, can we base morality on religion? Again, we have seen divine command theory. So we cannot base it on religion as well. Religion can be a guide of morality to some extent, but it wouldn't be able to guide your morality beyond a certain point of time. Especially so in the kind of complex situations that you face in administration, it is very difficult for religion to provide you guidance at such times. Because what religion says might be counterintuitive for you in administration, because the kind of issues which are faced are complex in nature. It is not so simple, right? Then there comes a problem that the disciplines that feed into the understanding of ethics, let's say psychology, it has developed certain experiments, it has done some certain experiments where you are able to understand that we do have a temptation to harm. Tomorrow when it develops, it might identify a new temptation X, whatever it might be. So when that subject develops, it will be helping administrative ethics also to grow. वो बढ़ेगा तो ethics बढ़ेगा, sense of morality. Because if we know that we have another temptation apart from the temptations that we discussed in the class, then we are going to learn about that as well. So disciplines which feed into the understanding of ethics themselves are also not so developed. उनको खुद को भी डेवलप होना पड़ेगा ना, वो उतने डेवलप नहीं है. सो ऑल दीज थिंग्स बेसिकली bring in the bring in that problem that ethics is not developed as a subject per se. अदरवाइज बन जाएगा ना. ये लिख लो जल्दी से, देन आई विल टेल फर्दर. तो ऐसे में करे तो करे क्या, जाए तो जाए कहां, वो वाला प्रॉब्लम आ गया ना. सो देयर इज समथिंग कॉल्ड एज हिपोक्रेटिक ओथ. जब तक एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव एथिक्स यू डोंट हैव, तब तक देयर इज समथिंग कॉल्ड एज हिपोक्रेटिक ओथ व्हिच डॉक्टर्स आल्सो टेक. So the what is that oath? That is primum non nocere. It is not primum non nocere, it is primum non nocere, which means above all not knowingly doing harm. Above all not knowingly doing harm. So if you keep this general principle in mind and carry on with your administration, then there is a high likelihood that you stay on the path of morality and don't deviate from the public service that you need to do. But that will happen when you remember this Hippocratic oath. Another way of reaching the same is the golden rule of ethics. What is the goal? These both are separate things. Golden rule of ethics suggests what? Do not do unto others what you do not want to be done unto you. मतलब दूसरे के साथ वैसा ना करें जैसा आप खुद के साथ नहीं चाहते कि हो. ऐसे केस में भी क्या होगा? आप morality, that you will be walking on the path of morality only. ठीक है? Done up till here, clear? Please mention in the comment section, is it clear? सो तो नहीं गए, जागो. So the question is that these are the problems. Then what is the status, right? If you have a problem that you have headache, what is your status in that case? You are not well, right? So the problem, say for example, the issue that happened recently regarding the students, very sad incidents, that is the problem that happened. What is the status because of that? There are places which are jammed, classes are not taking place, the functioning, which is the right thing to do. I'm not commenting on the rightness, and I also support that completely, what is happening. But the thing is, the problem is identifying the status, right? So when we talk about that these problems exist, therefore the status of administrative ethics will not be very sound in administration. That means a subject or discipline on administration, on administrative ethics is not being formed. That is why when we talk about administrative ethics, such deep topics of psychology, the wedding of psychology, PubEd and philosophy is not happening. When we talk about administrative ethics, only broadly the things are given that this is the system and in this is how you are supposed to behave. Code of conduct type का बता दिया जाएगा. ये नहीं बताया जाएगा कि आप उसमें अपनी in the how would you handle the complexity of that situation? How will you understand the what do you call intricacy of that particular issue which is existent? That would happen only when all these topics are wed. That is why I say that UPSC syllabus is beautiful. ठीक है, तो समझ में, status is dependent on what the problem is. So these are the problems. That means administrative ethics not developed. And then if tomorrow comes a question that what should our effort be in context of status and problems, the answer would be भाई जो problem है भाई सर दर्द हो रहा है तो किसकी को लिखा होगा, सर दर्द की. So the answer would be in such a case that we need to develop an administrative ethics where यही सारी जो problems है वही solution है. Keep put it partly in philosophy, partly in other places. Do not base it completely on law, right? Current administration should be a guide, but it should not be the decisive factor to tell you what administration is. Done things should be identified as a rationalization and it should go away. religion cannot form the basis for the complex moral understanding that administration faces in contemporary time. We need to put an effort to develop other disciplines as well. So now you have solutions as well, status as well, problems as well. So with this example, also understand that questions might not come in a very direct format. Though if a question comes on this, they are going to ask it on a direct manner only, because it is very indicative of the real problems that exist, and that is what would be the intrigue of UPSC as well. But with time, like let's say 1 year, 2 year, 3 year down the line, they might ask for what the solutions you think. एंड इवन इफ दे आस्क इट दिस ईयर, सॉल्यूशंस वही हो जाएंगे, जो समस्या है वही सॉल्यूशन है, वही सॉल्यूशन है. वो that depends on you. Both are right. Both are right. So what has been asked is that in case if there is a question and where problem and solutions both are asked, so can you write problem and solution separately or together? That is up to you. That is up to you. See it, then you can have a look. If the question is only 150 words, then write both of them together or write them in points separately. If it is more than that, 100, 250 words, then write separately and elaborate. All right. और पूछना कुछ? Next. Next we'll see laws, rules, regulations and laws, rules, regulations and conscience as sources of ethical guidance. Can laws and rules and regulations be the sources of ethical guidance? I'm not telling you the difference between laws, rules and regulations. You can find it in the notes, as well as you can find it online as well, right? So we will do the topics which are conceptually important. Now, laws, rules, regulations, can they be a part of your ethical guidance? The answer would be yes. Why? Because the first thing is it is given in the syllabus. Second thing is, when we talk about the intent of law, if we go back to the initial classes, what does the intent of the law or spirit of the law tells us? Intent of the law tells us to do the right and to avoid evil. In that case, what is happening? It is also telling right and wrong is in the domain of ethics. So it can also be a source of ethical guidance. What does it talk about? Ethical guidance. Ethical guidance means ethics deals with right and wrong. That means a guidance of doing and avoiding something, to do good and to avoid evil. If this guidance is given to you in an external manner, it becomes laws, rules and regulations. In case if it is given internally to you, it makes the part of conscience, right? Make this fast, then please mention in the comments so that we can move on to the next slide. Done? Next is, we'll see that there are certain qualities of law. Now, though we don't need to venture deep into law, but there are certain things that we will understand over here, right? Very basic and very fundamental thing. Now, when we talk about law, there are certain qualities. Whatever we talk about law would also be similarly applicable even in the domain of rules and regulation. Why? Because not one, but all three laws, rules, regulation are external source of ethical guidance. So in context of ethical guidance, whenever we talk about, whatever we talk about law will be applicable to rules and regulations as well, right? So when we talk about law, there are certain qualities that law should have. It should be a good law. It should be a just law. It should be morally possible to obey. It should conform to human behavior. It should be sufficiently promulgated. I'll explain everything. And it should be promulgated by a proper authority. Right? These are certain qualities that every law should have, which is a law should be good, a law should be just, it should be morally possible to obey, it should conform to human behavior, sufficiently promulgated, and promulgated by proper authority. A good law is one which is more on the track of right. Similarly, for the just one. Now, if there is a law which does not conform to human behavior, for example, tomorrow they, just to understand, tomorrow they come out with a law that you should wear the helmet in a reverse manner. It does not conform to human behavior, so we cannot consider that as law. Morally possible to obey. If they are not asking you for something wrong, if they're asking you to follow something wrong, even then it is the case. What do sufficiently promulgated means? Promulgation means basically letting people know. So say, for example, in your article 123, the ordinance article, what is it? It says the promulgation of ordinances. It does not say enactment, or it does not say some other word. It uses the words promulgation. Why? Because when the parliament is not in session and still there is a need for an act to be made, it is made in the form of an ordinance. Ordinance is passed by the order of president. President makes that ordinance, and when president is making, that means the cabinet ministers or the council of ministers, they are telling president what to do, and then they are coming out with it. But since parliament is not in session, people will not know if such an ordinance has come into existence. Otherwise, what will people do? People will make an ordinance, not let the people know, and then start booking them in crimes, isn't it? So इसलिए you promulgate the ordinance, that means you are making the law known. So any law which is made should also be made known to people. It should get sufficient popularity in order for people to understand what is right or what is legal for them or not. Promulgated by proper authority, that means any when we are talking about a law, it should be done by parliament only. It should not be done by other authorities or any other body. Now, why do we need to see this? Because if we talk about it, if in a particular law either one or more of the qualities are missing, if one or more qualities are missing, it gives one ground for civil disobedience. It gives one ground for civil disobedience. That means that if there is a particular law which is not good, which is not just, or which is either of these qualities are missing, let's say it is not made known to people, that means it is not sufficiently promulgated. In that case, it will give you a ground for civil disobedience. Now, if civil disobedience happens or not, that's a different thing. But it will certainly give a ground. होता है नहीं होता बाद की बात है. One of the classic cases in contemporary times, what can you pick up? Anybody from the online batch? Example बताओ. Civil disobedience means it has given you the ground for not obeying the law, because the law is not having the quality that a law should have. बताओ कोई बढ़िया सा एग्जाम्पल आज के टाइम से. ऑनलाइन स्टूडेंट्स जागते रहना. अब कोई सो रहा होगा, नींद आ रही होगी तो सही हो जाएगा. ठीक है, Pratham, not wrong. What else? One of the biggest example, Kisan Andolan. The law that was made was not a good law, right? It was not a just law. Sufficiently promulgated, people came to know, that's a different thing. But more than one qualities are missing in that or not. Civil disobedience took place, yes or no? Civil disobedience happened. People did not start killing others. Yes, farmers will. Exactly. So people did not start killing. It was a civil disobedience. And see the power that the contemporary government had to pull back that bill. Why? Because the law did not have its qualities. Now you try to notice it not only in India but all throughout world. Whenever a civil disobedience would have happened, the existence of such kind of violation of the qualities of law is very likely to exist in such places. Right? Next, we'll see under laws only, we'll see the case of Indian case of homosexuality. The Indian case of homosexuality. What is the law in India dependent on? Online students, batao, what is the law dependent on? Participate, push your brain a little bit. घर पे बैठ के क्लास करो, इसका मतलब ये नहीं पुश नहीं करना है. हाँ, but what is the fundamental? Like, what is the way that we reach to what law is? What kind of principle do we follow? Which kind of law do we follow? Acceptance. अंकित जवाब सही है, आंसर क्वेश्चन बदलना पड़ेगा. Think a little more. Indian law, for that matter, most of the laws are based on which kind of laws? All that is fine. Natural law, Vipin. Right, absolutely right. Law is based upon natural law. That means law will clarify what the nature suggests, isn't it? If law is based upon natural law, that is what we saw even while reading natural law theory, that not only in India but a lot of places, natural law is the way from where we devise what our laws are going to be, laws, rules or regulation. So laws, when they are based upon natural law, they will also be clarifying what natural law suggests. That means we are trying to find out our morality by understanding the nature, isn't it? That means law will not suggest something which the natural law does not suggest. Let's say nature forbids you to do something, then we cannot make a law to accept that. Otherwise, not only this will happen, but it will also go against the nature of human beings. It will not be possible to obey. So now, when a law is based on nature, that means if nature allows, a law can be made. The nature does not allow, law cannot be made. Plain and simple. Now, what happened was that in section 377 of IPC, what was written? Homosexuality was considered as unnatural. Homosexuality was considered as unnatural. Unnatural means that nature does not permit homosexuality. Nature has permitted only heterosexuality. That is what was the interpretation. So now, since homosexuality is unnatural, therefore you cannot make a law which justifies an unnatural activity, which is homosexuality. That is why the community of homosexuals, LGBTQ and all, these people, when they went to Supreme Court till the time Section 377 was there, or Section 377 was not decriminalized, then they could not have come up with for anything. If somebody does not make a law for homosexuals, then there is no recourse that homosexuals can take. But then what happens? That Supreme Court decriminalizes this. That means it does not identify it as unnatural anymore. So now lawmaking is not a part of the Supreme Court. But now if a law is made, at least it will not be violative of Section 377. So now homosexuality will have more ways. Like if you are a homosexual, you can reach out to the courts. So you have some remedy to it. Otherwise, you did not have that remedy. That is what happened. Now, homosexuality is one more example. It can be used as an example in other places as well. Regarding this is one of those things where legality does exist, but the acceptance, cultural acceptance is still not very high. Now, you might know of the cases that there are homosexuals, you might have friends, or there might be some other one who might be homosexual, but the acceptance, cultural acceptance is still not there as much. If we try to understand it in that scenario where there were three circles, ethics, law, and prudence. Now see, how would it move further? Initially, we considered it a matter of ethics. Then it started overlapping with law. Now tomorrow, let's say homosexuality is accepted so much that we stop talking about homosexuality. We just look at it as a sexual preference of some person. In such a case, what would happen? Would it not move from ethics and law to prudence? Isn't it? So that also appreciate the kind of volatility that these things have. Volatility, more than volatility, you can say dynamism that these things have. It is not necessary if today homosexuality falls. Today, where does it fall? Today, it falls at this juncture. The common portion of all three. Important for them, the point of ethical discussion as well, and the point of legal discussion as well. Halaki, the more we evolve, the less it would become part of ethics. Because जो homosexuality IPC कौन लाया था 1861 में काउंसिल एक्ट के थ्रू ब्रिटिश लाई थी. अब जब वो ब्रिटिश लाई है, ब्रिटिश have done away with that. One thing, it is not unnatural, scientifically found out, and then British who brought the law, they have done away with it. Definitely it changes. Everything changes. Everything changes, so does morality. But for morality, the word to be used is it evolves over a period of time. One more thing, this question also brings us to one important point. When we talk about natural law, we saw that in natural law theory as well, that reasoning will tell us what natural law suggests, right? If our reasoning is limited, this means what? See, if there is a question, it would be very intricate question, but I'll just give you an idea how to handle that. If homosexuality was right, nature had allowed it, in such a case, it was never wrong. Then why did we not make a law for homosexuals and not against them earlier? Because nature did not club homosexuality as unnatural under Section 377. I'll repeat, homosexuality was not termed as unnatural under Section 377 of IPC by the nature. This was done by humans. This reflects that if the reasoning power of humans are limited, that is why we said that we strive to become the perfect science, but we'll never be able to. So, if reasoning of humans is limited, then the resultant laws would also be limited. Tomorrow, when we evolve, we will be coming out with better concepts of legality as well. Because our notion of morality would change. Again, premarital sex. पहले अगर नहीं accepted था, तो your legality would be in that line. Today, we allow live-in as well. We allow as a community, as a society, we allow it. And the alliance of that, the same, could be seen in Supreme Court and High Court judgments. Otherwise, the same thing would not be accepted if you start the same thing in 1950s. Live-in would be seen as something which is very, people who are going for live-in would be outcasted from the society and community. So would the judges, and so would the court make judgments in that line. एक second रुकना. So that is what is to be understood, that if laws are limited, it is not the limit of the nature, rather it is limit of human reason. इस चीज को याद रखना, ह्यूमन रीजन की कमी है. नेचर तो हमेशा सही बता रहा है, हमारे समझने में कमी है, हमारा समझना बेहतर होता जा रहा है समय के साथ. The same thing goes with constitution. We do not interpret the constitutional morality ever in a negative manner. What constitutional forefathers have inseminated as their ideas in the constitution has to be interpreted rightly, and the meaning or the manifestation of that would also be in the same line. If the interpretation is wrong, then our reasoning is wrong. Similarly, we cannot consider God to be wrong. If you are a believer and you are not an atheist, you cannot consider God to be wrong. If there is a religious book and you are taking out a wrong meaning, it is the limited reason and not God who wants you to do wrong. So this kind of thinking is going to take your moral reasoning at a higher pedestal, and with there you same would be reflected to the examiner. हाँ डेफिनेटली. तभी तो हमने ये वाला देखा था, दैट कहाँ गया, हाँ ये वाला, एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन डिपेंड्स अपॉन सोशियो इकोनॉमिक बैकग्राउंड, एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव एथिक्स एंड ब्यूरोक्रेटिक कल्चर. तो सोशियो इकोनॉमिक बैकग्राउंड का मतलब क्या हुआ, यही हुआ कि टुडे homosexuality is accepted because socio-economic background is there. Today premarital sex is accepted because the socio-economic background is different, and the same thing will boil down or trickle down to the administrator. Same would trickle down to the politician, because what are they part of? They are also part of society only. Understood? Online students, is it clear? Say yes, say no, or say we will not tell, but write something. Ankit, constitutional law is also dependent on natural law only. Right? Now there are times when law does not. There are times when law does not come to effect, like it does not keep working. There are some things which are mentioned in the notes. There is one particular point which you understand, which is called as एपिकेया. जैसे अगर कभी किसी लॉ को डिलीट कर दिया, कोई नया लॉ आ गया उसी चीज के लिए, तो पुराना लॉ काम, इस तरीके से और पॉइंट्स से, सिंपल पॉइंट्स से एब्रोगेट हो गया लॉ. Those are simple points that you can see, but एपिकेया you understand. When the legislator gives leverage to you or permits leverage to you in a particular case, that is known as एपिकेया. For example, you say there is a person, or let's say kind of Nirbhaya's case, person who is severely ill and has to be taken to the nearest place where air ambulance could be made available. Now, in order for her to be taken on time, like you have to pass the congestion of the traffic as well. So what you would need to do, you would need a passage where the ambulance carrying her does not face any resistance. In such a case, the traffic on other routes, on the routes for this particular passage from where she has to go, her ambulance has to go, would be stopped, and wherever the ambulance carrying her would go would have a green light. So we call it as green corridor. क्या हो गया, इतने सारे लोग क्यों आ रहे हैं? Which is called as a, हुआ है कुछ क्या? So this is called as a green corridor. So कब बनता है green corridor? इस तरीके की situation में. So that is what एपिकेया is. When legislator gives you an opportunity or gives you a leverage so that if you don't follow laws, there is nothing which would be changed. All right, we'll take, I think, 2 or 3 minutes break. Do not go anywhere. We'll continue. We are continuing, right? 5 minutes break. 5 minutes break. We'll take. Two. We'll take 5 minutes break. All right. Now I want you to take 30 seconds, even if you're online, I would want you to take 30 seconds, close your eyes, and let's go back. When we were understanding the depth of how strong impact ethics has, we saw about one thing. Today I want you to do that. Think about your dark secret for 30 seconds. Just close your eyes and think about it. Now see, when I look at you, you know that I am not physically present in front of you. But when I look at the camera, you see me having an intrigue in your soul or not, in a manner that it makes you uncomfortable. Now, where your dark secret is not at all, absolutely not known to what it was to me. Yet you feel that a sense of guilt, a sense of discomfort with whatever that dark secret is. Why is that? That's what we are going to see now. That is your conscience. मैंने तो जजमेंट नहीं करा, आपने खुद ने जजमेंट कर रखा है पर. So when we talk about conscience, basically when we talk about dark, why are we calling it dark? Because it is something which is uncomfortable. So when we say that it is a dark secret, and when you think of it, you are uncomfortable with that idea because you have already judged that act. And how have you judged that act? You have judged that act to be wrong and not right. Because everything that you have clubbed as right would have given you comfort, but everything that you club as wrong gives you discomfort. So that our natural alignment towards the sense of right brings us to this point that there is someone, even when nobody judges us, there is some entity which judges us or judges our action. That some entity is conscience. It is making the judgment on your action. Now, when we spoke about it, what is the likelihood that the dark secret? Now you come back in those people who are stuck in your dark secret. Do not think about it. It is to understand the concept. So come back out of it, but think of it that the action was done not by you right now, but that action was done by you sometime in past. When that action was done by you sometime in past, that means conscience has the power to make a judgment on the act which happened in the past. Also, tomorrow, if you are going to do something wrong and there is a likelihood that you do not do it, that time conscience is saving you from doing something wrong. If you know, like again, if I talk about that dark secret, there is a high likelihood that majority of you or almost all of you will not want to repeat that ever in future again. Why? Because your conscience is stopping you. When we say to people, when nobody watches us, still God watches us. When you are in isolation, you are doing something wrong and there is nobody around you, even then the God watches you. Who is that God? That God is conscience, because you have that innate ability to judge whether you are doing right or wrong. In cases that we have discussed while we were discussing about value, Safir Karim, Pooja Khedkar, all these cases, what happened? The thing is that they also knew that they were doing wrong at that time. It's not they did not know. Now people might come to know about it later, but that means that conscience is something. Law, would it be existent at all the times? No. Would it be would rules, regulations be available for all the times, all the situations? No. But conscience, whether you sleep, whether you are awake, it is there within you. Not that you sleep, get up and you start doing something wrong, because the sense of morality is innate. It is not only coming to you. Yes, logic, reason and other things, they are the tools of finding out what morality is, because sometimes morality is counterintuitive to what you think. But at the same time, conscience is present as a form of judgment at all the times. Now, having understood that, or realizing the power that conscience has, if we say that conscience is the true source of ethical guidance, what do you have to suggest? What would you say on this statement that conscience is the true source of ethical guidance? Please respond. Please respond. बताओ. To what we value. Online students, please tell. Conscience is the true source of ethical guidance. Yes or no? Do you agree? Yeah, one yes has come. What do other people have to say? More people participate. Do not fear. कोस्टर भी दे देना तो नीचे रखते ना. Yes. Participate, online students, offline students who are not present today. Yes. All right. Let's see it once more. What we need to understand it is that we are making a judgment on the sense of right and wrong, isn't it? So when we judge something to be wrong, we call it immoral. When we judge something to be right, we call it ethical. In such a case, do you not think that there is some training that needs to be given to the conscience? Do you not think that our conscience needs to be educated? Because when we are talking about the judgment of an act, without knowledge, you cannot make judgment. Without it being at a higher pedestal, you cannot make a judgment. Let's say, for example, earlier you did not know what rationalization is. Earlier you did not know that the temptations for ethical transgression exist in you. Earlier you did not know that there are acts of double effect where choosing lesser evil comes out as one of the important things. You have to make quality decision. You did not know that probably actions are the ones which should be called for ethical judgment. You might be judging the thoughts as well. Right? So now, when you did not know this, and the journey from there to the point when you know about this, are you better able to make the judgment or not? Yes? In such a case, how many times have we tried to train our conscience actively before the classes started, right? The idea is that we need to train and educate the conscience because at times your judgment, what you were saying, basically your judgment might not be right. It might be a faulty one. Why faulty one? Because you might have judged on what is your perception, but today you feel that I have to have an objective perception. Even if you do not reach to 100% objectivity or at your level, at least you will endeavor for it that I reach 100% objectivity. So your judgment is more likely to be right rather than an untrained and uneducated conscience one. So what is happening is merely conscience, we can say yes, conscience is quite an extensive source of ethical guidance. But when we talk about conscience is the true source of ethical guidance, it needs a lot of training, it needs a lot of education. That learning, that understanding, moral understanding and development of moral understanding and in fact moral evolution that takes place cannot stop at any point of time. Even when you are morally mature to the extent that other people around you are not, your benchmark or barometer has to be your own conscience. So you have to develop it further. Now, if I say that conscience, trained conscience is a true source of ethical guidance, again, there is something that we can add. When we base conscience on our whims and fancies, that time it is conscience. But when we base conscience on facts, all right, I want you to answer, conscience should be based on facts or evidences? No problem, Deepak, no problem. Conscience should be, conscience, should it be based on facts or evidences? Facts, right? That means objectively we are trying to develop conscience. Such kind of conscience will be called as true conscience. Now, if a question comes that conscience is the true form of ethical guidance, you say true conscience is a source of true ethical guidance. Why? Because true conscience is the one which is based upon facts, which is based upon reasoning, and not merely the subjective understanding that you have. Understood up till here? Yes? Is it clear? देखो घर पे लिख रहे होगे पता नहीं चलेगा, कमेंट में लिख दो यस क्लियर और अनक्लियर. नेक्स्ट इज clear, yes. Now when we talk about next is laws, rules, regulations and conscience. Now laws, rules and regulations existed outside you, conscience existed within you. It is an kind of an omnipresent thing, not kind of, it is an omnipresent thing. You will have it at all the times. It is not that you are missing out on conscience. Sometimes you might rationalize that I did not have conscience, but you will have conscience. तभी जब हम लोग रेशनलाइजेशन की बात करते हैं तो आपके जजमेंट में ऑटोमेटिकली आता होगा कि अच्छा ये हमने तब रेशनलाइज करा था, राइट? सो लॉज, रूल्स एंड रेगुलेशंस एंड कॉन्शियंस, व्हेन दे टॉक अबाउट एथिकल जजमेंट, द एथिकल गाइडेंस, दिस इज व्हाट वी कैन अंडरस्टैंड. When we talk about thing right, we are talking about laws, rules, regulations. Procedurally or the manner of doing it has to be right. Legal, time we are talking about laws, rules and regulations. But when we talk about right thing, doing the right thing, what are we talking about? We are talking about conscience. Right? Make this, then we'll move further. Doubt है कोई? Any doubts, online students? Any doubts? वो एक्चुअली क्लासेस मिस हो गई ना तुम्हारी, इसलिए रेशनलाइजेशन शॉर्ट में इतना समझ लो, जब हम कोई झूठा जस्टिफिकेशन देते हैं अपने गलत काम के लिए, हाँ, वो रेशनलाइजेशन हो गया. जब सच बोलेंगे, मान लो तुमने चोरी करी और तुम बोलो कि मैंने चोरी क्यों करी, तो तुम जस्टिफाई रेशनलाइज कर रहे हो, लेकिन बताओ मैं चोरी करी तो मैंने गलत किया, मेरे को नहीं करना चाहिए, तो रीजनिंग करते हो. बाकी जो रिकॉर्डेड लेक्चर्स है ना उसे देखोगे तो अच्छे से पूरा इन डेप्थ समझ में आ जाएगा, राइट? Now let's understand something. This topic, the one which we are going to see right now, Utkarsh, is the one where rationalization and understanding of ethical temptations, transgressions, and the fundamental understanding of determinants, liberty, knowledge, all those things will come in picture. This is how application part takes much lesser. Fundamental understanding takes much more than what otherwise it would be. Ethical concerns and dilemmas in government and private institutions. गवर्नमेंट का आएगा, प्राइवेट का भी मोटा मोटा सिमिलर रहता है, बिकॉज द सेम टेम्पटेशंस एग्जिस्ट, राइट? सेम थिंग्स एग्जिस्ट. कंसर्न्स एंड डिलेमा देख लो. कंसर्न क्या है कि चोरी ना हो. डिलेमा क्या है कि क्या मैं चोरी कर सकता हूं. हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू वुड हैव हैड द टेम्पटेशन दैट व्हाट इफ यू आल्सो मेक सम सर्टिफिकेट? You would not have done that out of the fear of the external constraints, laws and all, or your own conscience that it is not right. You would not have given into it, but that temptation would have come or not, that हम भी बनवा सकते थे. Why is that happening? Because the concern is that such things should not happen. Dilemma is that you find yourself in a situation that you would be tempted to do that. Now we'll do majorly the government part only, but again any private entity also the same things would apply. Some things which are not applied, that we'll see. The first one is theft and fraud. Now see, fundamental understanding of ethical transgressions and temptations towards it would tell us that theft, what is the fundamental temptation that exists over here? Temptation to steal. You are appropriating the property of the other without their knowledge. Fraud, what is the temptation over here? Deception. Isn't it? Right? समझ में आता रहा है ना ये ऑनलाइन स्टूडेंट्स? You are able to identify what temptations exist over here. So in administration also that is a big problem, that theft and fraud keeps happening. People steal from the public money and they go for fraud. Embezzlement ही कर दिया, गबन ही कर दिया. Right? Then comes your improper use of public property. What is the problem over here? Please participate. Please tell me what is the problem when you are not using the public property properly. Improper use of public property. Tell. There is a purpose for which public property is given to you. Public property is what? Your car which is given to you is a public property. The telephone which is given to you is not lack of efficiency, but it is given to you for a purpose. You are using it for some other purpose than what was required. Now go back to determinants. Purpose, was it a determinant or not? It was a determinant. So when we talk about purpose as a factor, then improper use of public property also comes as ethical concern. All these concerns will have one or the other thing that is attached to it. Now talking about the third one is bribery and influence peddling. Influence peddling. Drug peddling is when you are involved in sale and purchase of drugs. Influence peddling is when you are involved in sale and purchase of influence. More precisely, decision making. You are being given money to ask a question in the parliament. You are peddling with the influence. Right? When a question is asked in parliament, it becomes important. If you take money for it, that means you are peddling influence. Bribery, you know, taking some favor in form of cash or some gift in order to provide some favor. It is not happening just like that. So now what will happen is, when you are doing bribery, what will you do? You will rationalize. क्या कहोगे? Everybody is doing it. Done thing आ जाएगा यहाँ पर. What we saw, right? That is a rationalization. Now, for everything you will rationalize. For all these things you will rationalize. You will never say, for example, in the classes when we are talking about ethical transgression of stealing, so do you not remember that some people were ready to steal if you are getting the less salary, or probably go for taking the bribe because they have less salary? What was that? Rationalization only. Such things exist in administration. Now, when we talk about the first 2 points, they would indicate about the personal ethics at a personal level. Somebody steals, he would be pointed out. Somebody commits a fraud, he would be pointed out. Similarly for improper use of public property. स्कूल में छोड़ने आते थे ना, किसी कलेक्टर या कमिश्नर के बच्चों को छोड़ने गाड़ी आती थी लाल बत्ती की, सरकारी गाड़ी आती थी. That is improper use of public property. Bribery and influence peddling के साथ there is a particular thing that these things are not going to impact as much on the image of the government or the image of the administration. But if bribery and influence peddling is rampant, the whole image of the government or the administration is tarnished. It puts a question mark on the image of it. That is why we say that that particular government or that particular country does not have good public standards, because of the reason that bribery and influence peddling are rampant over there. Right. Next comes your conflict of interest. What is conflict of interest? Conflict of interest is, this is the reason. See, all the questions which are made would be including this. I'll tell you once. Let me do this, then I'll tell you. Conflict of interest. Conflict of interest is what? There is a conflict between the interests. What kind of interests are there? Personal interest is there, then public interest is there, and then official duty is there. Right? There was a question in, if I'm not wrong, in 2018, that when public interest, personal interest, and official duty are not prioritized well, it gives rise to conflict of interest. जो problem है जहाँ, वही solution है. How do you suggest to solve it? Just tell them prioritize it right. सबसे पहले क्या आएगा? Which would come the first? Public duty would come the first. Then your official duty would come, and then your personal interest would come. You are a public servant, not personal servant. So always public service would be at the helm of it. Then would come the official duty. Now you might think at the times of, say for example, the protest that is happening currently. In such times, if there is an administrator who is, or there are police forces, so that if there is a situation which goes out of hand, it is controlled. Are they doing their official duty, or are they serving the public interest? They are not at counter heads, because if the protest goes out of hand and starts damaging the property and starts harming, injuring people, in such a case, it would be harmful towards the public interest. Therefore, they need to stop it in advance. तो जब कर्फ्यू लगा है या कुछ ऐसा हुआ है, आप ऑफिशियल ड्यूटी कर रहे हो, इसका मतलब आप पब्लिक इंटरेस्ट की बात नहीं कर रहे हो, ऐसा नहीं है. Bigger role is still public interest only. Why? Because you do not want more property to be damaged, or more humans to be harmed or hurt. Right? So first will always be public, then will be official, then would be personal interest. Then there are two things in this. One is potential conflict of interest and actual conflict of interest. Potential conflict of interest is what? That when you are writing mains and one of your family members, one of your relative, your chacha, is a UPSC member, that time there is a potential conflict of interest that tomorrow there might be a time when you get the interview call and your uncle is in UPSC. So likelihood of him impacting your result is pretty high. Next is actual conflict of interest. When you actually receive the interview call, it becomes actual, because now he'll have to declare that such and such person is coming. That is why conflict of interest, one thing you will see, especially in government administration, that even when you are buying an Activa or a scooty, even then you need to tell that how you are buying it, because the conflict of interest should not exist. And if you have taken, how the means that you have taken it are also important. Right? Now, conflict of interest would be seen a lot of times in the cases, lot of time in the questions. Direct questions 2 or 3 times have come. Otherwise, if not direct, it would come in case study. So conflict, persuasion, emotional intelligence, conflict of interest, these are some repeatedly asked questions. These are some repeatedly asked points. So do remember that, conflict of interest. Then the next one is divulging confidential information. Divulging confidential information. When you talk about what do you say, about you being an administrator, you become privy to a lot of information. You will be having probably information on, let's say, the medical history of people, and you think of selling it to an insurance company. You know that you can change your fortune in a day. Now, if you divulge that confidential information, it will again be make part of ethical concerns and dilemmas. How is this thing taking place? What temptation are you giving in? Temptation that arises from a secret, isn't it? Temptation that arises from a secret. In conflict of interest, what was happening? That public interest is supposed to be kept at the center of your understanding, being an administrator. You are public servant for a purpose. That purpose is public service. If you are not fulfilling that purpose and fulfilling your personal interest, you are not fulfilling the purpose. That means you are not doing something which is right. Again, see, consequences are not being included, but you are divulging confidential information. That is important. Right. Next is improper conduct post employment. Improper conduct post employment. You are retired, and now there is this person, businessman, a rich businessman, who comes to you and tells that your kids are very meritorious, so you should be sending them to Harvard. Then you would say that I do not have the money. So you said, a businessman would say, you do not worry about the money. But by being part of the administration, you come to know about a lot of technicalities, which if known to general public or businessmen who can take advantage of it, there are huge benefits they can draw, which is not fair. So what would you do? You would tell, okay, fine, if you are helping me out, I'll help you out. Quid pro quo, which should not happen. Right. Last one is immoral conduct by public official. Immoral conduct by public official. What is immoral conduct? सेक्सुअल हैरेसमेंट, ठीक है, जो आउट एंड आउट इमोरल है, ठीक है, उसमें हमको ज्यादा सोचने की जरूरत ही नहीं है, वो सारी चीजें आ जाती है इमोरल कंडक्ट में. अंडरस्टूड? नाउ when we see in a particular case study, everybody make this, understand this, when we see in a particular case study that there, now that is what I said earlier as well, the understanding of fundamental topics is going to give you the depth in your answers, whereas the breadth would be given to you by the topics which are there in public administration. So how do you get the depth in that? By realizing that, let's say there is a particular case study, or there is a particular point in a case study where you are able to identify, for example, say theft. Now, how are you supposed to write? Listen to this carefully. How are you supposed to write? You can mention that, let's say there is a person A who is going for theft, or that dilemma has been reflected that there are chances of stealing, which will tantamount to steal, right? So what you would say that this is a fundamental ethical transgression that exists, and we have an inherent tendency or temptation towards ethical transgression, which is temptation to steal, which exists over there. One should be aware and know that he or she should not give into the temptation to steal, thereby not transgressing ethically, right? What would that mean? That you have given the depth, fundamental, from where it arises, like as the human nature itself. So that you have given already. Then you go ahead further and give it the breadth. Theft is also considered as one of the major ethical concern in government institutions, right? So when you are saying that theft is also considered a major ethical concern, creating dilemma for the person who is there, that time you are addressing it both fundamentally, as giving it depth, as well as the breadth of it. So you are answering the complete scope, which is going to increase not only the quantity but the quality of your answer. The other person might be merely quoting that theft is wrong, it is not supposed to be done, therefore you should not do, and probably write some beautiful ideas about that theft should not be done. But you are hitting it at the head of it, right? So that's how you can identify, and that's how you can remember. Now what I want you to do is, again, I have not asked you many times to learn about some things. There are several places and some points about ARC that you would need to remember. But over here, ethical concerns and dilemmas, these 7 points. It is given in the notes. I don't, today the offline students are not there because of this incidences. But now when you talk about this particular ethical concerns and dilemma, do mug up these 7 points. because that we have understood in quite elaboration. If you remember these things and you look at a case, it will be quite easy for you to identify that such kind of things exist. Otherwise, if you do not remember it, maybe there is a chance that you miss out on improper use or you miss out on bribery and influence peddling. In order to identify and call their names, you need to know that they exist. So try to remember this. All right. Taking a piece of land. चल क्यों नहीं रहा है? बंद ना हो जाए. Taking a piece of land whenever it is not named as the master of the field. Yes, yes, right. But more than if you want to go closer, as an example in administration, you can always tell that there is a, because you will be privy to information, you would come to know the master plan of the city. When you know the master plan of the city and you know the places from which the metro is going to pass, you do not do anything. You just talk to your brother and accidentally, while probably having sitting your in your drinking session, you accidentally supposedly tell that these are the places where the metro is coming from. So if we are to buy the land, you know where to buy. Because I can't buy the land so much. I am a government servant. How much would I be paid? So what is happening over there? You are basically divulging confidential information and making the best out of it. That is why insider trading is not considered to be right. आप information पे ही तो खेल रहे हो. कर देते ना, तभी गड़बड़ हो जाती है. अच्छा, tell me one thing. Online students, please tell me one thing. You also tell that there was this lecture which was given to you as the, what do you say, as a demo, not demo, but how the classes would be conducted, right? The initial lecture, which is free of cost, which was free of cost before like somebody would have joined. Do you have access to that particular video? हाँ, जो एडवर्टीजमेंट वगैरह में शायद यूज हुआ होगा. ऑनलाइन स्टूडेंट्स प्लीज बताओ. Online students, please tell me, do you have access to that or not? Ethics only. Savan, ethics. Monica, ethics. नहीं है वो, मेरे ख्याल एक्चुअली एक्सेस तो होगा क्योंकि वो ओपन सोर्स पे, ओपन उस पे पड़ा होगा कहीं, लेकिन आई थिंक पता नहीं होगा आप लोग को. मेरे को भी नहीं पता, तो आपको क्या पता होगा? नहीं, मुझे तो बहुत कुछ नहीं पता है. हाँ, जब ये क्लासेस चालू हुई थी उससे पहले मिला होगा. Should I ask about it if you give me time? No, sir, the classes were appended directly to MRP. अच्छा. Just give me a moment. Just give me a moment, okay? I'll just ask about it. क्योंकि अगर वो होगा तो बढ़िया हो जाएगा. सत्ताईस जून के आसपास होगा. Just give me one moment. No, not a problem. I will do it now. All right. Audible? Am I audible? Online students audible? Online students, am I audible? Yes? All right. See, when we talk about power, giving power, there's a parallel responsibility that comes to us, isn't it? That we have seen. Like when you are holding a kid in your hand, what happens is that you tend to hold that kid in a more safer manner. You don't start playing with that kid in a manner that the kid gets hurt or something like that happens, right? So what the issue is that whenever the power is given to you, when you were younger and you started going out for the first time, your parents would have asked you that you should be coming back at this point of time. So what is that? Basically, they are making you answerable to your actions. Why are they making you answerable to your actions? Because now they have given you the to power to basically conduct your own self. And if you are not following it, then they will take punitive measures as well. Why would they take punitive measures? Because you are not listening. So they might ground you for some days. Same thing happens in administration. How and what, that we are going to see. So when we talk about administrators, what is a superpower? Influence, right? And when we talk about administrators, they draw a power. When they draw a power, would there be a parallel responsibility they be getting or not? Which would be called as bureaucratic responsibility. People who are getting from public administration background and they get confused about the fact that bureaucracy is a negative term or something like that, if it comes to your mind, do not think about that in GS paper. That is for public administration. If you have public administration in your paper, you handle it. Over here, you can use these words. So bureaucratic responsibility, it will have two parts to it. One is accountability and one is your ethical standards. Now, when we talk about bureaucratic responsibility, why is it given to you? Because you have power. What is accountability? Accountability is when your parents make you answerable. Plus, if you do not do something, they are also able to enforce it. So, enforceability. So, if we want to see accountability, what would it have? It cannot be accountability if you do not have the power of enforceability. Now, why do we talk about accountability and ethical governance, which is there in your syllabus? Accountability and ethical governance. See, if we try to see a structure, how is the structure of a particular organization? There would be peon, there would be people above peon, some assistants, clerks, and all. Then there will be inspectors and all the same rang of officer. Then there will be, let's say, officers. Then there will be secretaries, directors, or commissioners. And same way, the top position, either commissioner would be there, secretary to the government of India, or someone like that would be there. So let's say, for example, there is secretary to the government of India. Now, everybody in this administrative hierarchy will be accountable to the people who are higher ups, right? Ultimately, to the secretary of the to the government of India. This is called as administrative head. He is not the real head. He is administrative head of the department. Now, he will be accountable to the minister, right? Minister is called as the political head or the real head of the ministry, isn't it? So a department will be headed by this and this ultimately to PM, but I am not taking it over here. Now, who is this political head? Chosen by public people. And who is he accountable to? If a particular regime is not working well, would it be coming to the power in the next terms? Maybe one or two times, but not otherwise. People are not going to leave them. People are not going to elect them again. So they are accountable to people. This also shows that ultimately these people are accountable to political head, and political head via elections are accountable to the public. That means this whole public domain, which means public functionaries, are ultimately responsible to whom? People. Via, do they have a responsibility towards people? Because people have placed their trust in them. This develops a trusteeship relationship between people and the public functionaries. When there is trust which has been inseminated, or when there is a matter of trust, that means a power is given. जो हमने टेम्पटेशंस में देखा तो क्या हो रहा था, दैट पावर was taken, authority was taken from one place and done taken to some other place. जब यहां पर ट्रस्टीशिप रिलेशनशिप बन चुकी है, that means the power is there in their hands. That means a parallel responsibility would come, and they would need to be accountable to people. अगर ऐसे में वो गलत करेंगे तो केवल उनका नुकसान नहीं होगा, जनता का नुकसान होगा. Public functionaries all in all. Therefore, we need accountability, and that's what accountability is. Now, please see, have a look into your notes. There are certain points which we'll pick up from directly ARC. Therefore, it is better that we'll just read through them. All right. I will tell you the PDF wala page number. One second. एक मिनट देना. इसमें देखो पेज नंबर we'll keep understanding the ARC wala things, but those if you wherever the need be, you can use it as it is as well. One second. Page number 46. Page number 46 in PDF, right? Over there it is written ways of preventing and redressing the abuse of potential power, right? एक सेकेंड. दीपक, अभी क्वेश्चन दिख नहीं रहा, मैं पढ़ के बता रहा हूँ. Is it a question or are you telling, Deepak? Ways of preventing and redressing abuse. First one, what is it telling you? Majorly how to prevent द अब्यूज. क्योंकि हो क्या रहा है, अकाउंटेबिलिटी की बात क्यों हो रही है? जब आप कुछ गलत कर रहे हो या गलत करने का चांस है तभी तो हम लोग उसकी बात कर रहे हैं. Therefore, the first one is subjecting power to the threat of sanction. Sanction is what? Slapping a punitive action, right? Sanction is one financial terms में हो गया, आपने पैसा दे दिया. Sanctioning is slapping a punitive action on someone. So subjecting the power to the threat of sanction. Next one, obliging it to be exercised in a transparent way. Next one is forcing it to justify its act. Right? These are the ways of preventing. And ये जो ARC वाली चीजें मार्क करवाता जा रहा हूँ, जो पढ़वाता जा रहा हूँ, अभी आगे भी आएंगी कुछ, उनको एज इट इज कर लेना. डायरेक्टली क्वेश्चन उस पर आया हुआ है या आ जाते हैं. पूरा ARC करने की अभी जरूरत नहीं है. Then comes, अब इधर देख लो. Now then comes the dimensions of accountability. What are the dimensions? There is one dimension which is informative dimension, and one is the dimension which is called as argumentative dimension. Informative dimension of accountability suggests that people have a right to receive the information. People have a right to receive the information. Whereas argumentative dimension of accountability suggests that people have a right to receive the information as well as a right to receive the justification for an act. आप administrator हो, you have taken a decision. Now, if I am a common man, I am coming to you. Either I have right to information with that, which is the informative dimension, as well as I can ask you that why are you taking this decision and not something else. So both the kinds of both the dimensions make part of your dimensions of accountability. Right. Now let me just have a look. Moment. आज यह है क्वेश्चन. ठीक है, अभी क्वेश्चंस पर आते हैं. अभी नहीं हो. There is one question which is not given, which is what I was seeing. There was a question in the examination, UPSC, which said that I'm speaking the question, you listen to the question carefully, otherwise it will take more time. The question was that the Right to Information Act has essentially redefined the concept of accountability. Comment, or whatever the question followed. But comment, what do you think, that has it essentially redefined or not? Majorly people, because the language appear to be right, have answered that yes, it redefines the concept of accountability, but it is not like that. Why? Because right to information, not act, but as an ideology, right to information is an essential part, is a natural part of informative dimension or not? And informative dimension of what? Of accountability. So when we talk about right, an act being made on the idea which is already existent, what are we saying? That Right to Information Act, that means an act made on the ideology which is already existent under informative dimension, has not redefined the concept of accountability, but it has given it more teeth. पहले हम लोग आइडियोलॉजी की बात करते थे कि राइट टू इंफॉर्मेशन एग्जिस्ट करता है, बट इफ somebody violates it, there is no recourse that you can take. There is no remedy to it. But when you are making an act, now today you can go to the court that I filed this RTI and the response was not given. So why is that happening? Because you have made an act on that. So the answer to the same would be that right to information as an ideology makes a natural part of informative dimension of accountability. Therefore, an act on the ideology, which is Right to Information Act, does not necessarily redefines the concept of accountability. Rather, it gives it more teeth with which you can bite. दांत से काट सकते हैं, biting force बढ़ जाता है. Understood this much? Now, there is something called as, when we talk about accountability, there is something called as accounting actors and accountable actors. When we are talking about accountability, these two things would exist or only one would exist? Both of them would exist. When we talk about both of them existent, that means it cannot be in line with monologic power. What is monologic power? Basically done by one. What is dialogic power? Which is done by two. So accountability, will it establish a dialogic power or monologic power? The answer is dialogic power. Right? Why dialogue? Because it happens with two people. If I then say that accountability is antithetical to monologic power, is it right or is it wrong? This is right, that accountability is antithetical to monologic power. Now tomorrow if I want to frame a question, I'll just add one word to it. Accountability is not antithetical to monologic power. Right? Comment. So now this becomes confusing. Why? Because the words in themselves are a little typical and negation of the words have been given. So what would you say? Is this a statement right or wrong? Please answer. Accountability is not antithetical to monologic power. Is it right or is it wrong? Please answer. Online students. Online students, please answer. Is it right or is it wrong that accountability is not antithetical to monologic power? Wrong. Good. Very good. So you are able to identify why? समझ में आ रहा है? Why is it wrong? Because it is not antithetical का मतलब होता है opposite in theory, right? So it is opposite in theory to monologic power. इसको अगर कोई negate कर रहा है पूरे को, तो इसका मतलब वो statement गलत हो गया ना? इसका मतलब it is theoretical एक तरीके से, right? All right. Now please have a look again. Framework of ethical. After that only, page number 47. Yes. Framework again ARC thing. Framework of ethical behavior must include the following: codifying ethical norms and practices, disclosing personal interest to avoid conflict between public interest and private gain, mechanism for enforcing relevant code, providing norms for qualifying or disqualifying a public functionary from office. ये सब क्या है? अगर इसमें से कुछ भी समझ नहीं आ रहा है, 47 ये 7, अगर इसमें से कुछ नहीं समझ में आ रहा है तो पूछ लो. अदरवाइज आप क्या करोगे? फर्स्ट यू विल मेक द यू विल कोडिफाई ethical norms and practices, because unless and until you make the this thing norms, you wouldn't be able to move forward, right? Then conflict of interest you are supposed to avoid. Then there has to be a mechanism for enforcing the relevant code. Also the norms which will qualify or disqualify a public functionary from office. Understood? Then comes your Nolan committee, which is a standard committee, which the values of which you would know. It is one of why Nolan committee comes out to be important, because Nolan committee is one of the initial committees which have mentioned about the public standards or public values, right? So when we talk about accountability, we cannot skip this. So Nolan committee said, what are the qualities that Nolan committee gave? These, or O Sohail, howsoever you want to remember: selflessness, openness, objectivity, honesty, accountability, integrity, leadership. Right? ये सारी चीजें आपकी द वैल्यूज इसके पार्ट है. नाउ दिस इज वन थिंग. अनदर थिंग विच आई वुड वांट यू टू लर्न, बाकी चीजें तो हम कॉन्सेप्चुअली समझ रहे हैं, इट इज सेटिंग इन अ स्ट्रक्चर, बट दिस आल्सो यू लर्न. So if it is asked that what are the qualities that a civil servant should have or aptitude and foundational values of civil services, in such a case you can mention, first you will mention what is given by UPSC, which is integrity, impartiality and non-partisanship, objectivity, dedication to public service, empathy, tolerance and compassion towards weaker section. But after that, if you feel that you have to write more, then pick up these and miss out on integrity and objectivity. Why? Because integrity and objectivity are already the part of the third chapter syllabus. So that's how you come out with the kind of values that should be there, right? Next, you skip that strengthening wala part. Come directly to areas directly related to, which will be page number 49. हाँ, ये वाला. Now over here we would be able to identify that what kind of what do you say, that the report sometimes goes a little extreme, right? Goes a little extreme as in risk taking ability is higher. Why? Administrative Reforms Commission, it has given its report, and in that it is a little extreme. But now see the same thing. Why do I say ARC is important? The same thing has been asked in the case study, as a case study. जो ये आपका क्वेश्चन अभी दिया हुआ है यहां से लेकर, एरियाज रिलेटिंग टू द प्रॉब्लम ऑफ इंटरनलाइजिंग इंटीग्रिटी एंड एथिक्स इन गवर्नेंस. इज एवरीबडी देयर? राइट अ यस in the comment section so that I know. 49th page number towards the beginning only. 49 page starting. areas directly related to the problem of internalizing integrity and ethics in governance, which means that those areas which are pertinent in case if you want to induce ethics and integrity within the administration, you need to take care of these areas. If not, then you wouldn't be able to do that, right? And first one, anticipating specific threats to standards of ethics and integrity in public services. So first one is anticipating specific threats. Then is strengthening ethical competence of civil services and strengthening mechanism to support professional ethics, right? Developing administrative practices and processes which promotes ethical values and integrity. So now in your question, the case study that came in UPSC, right? So today we have discussed this is how they become important. Halaki depth you will get from what we are discussing, but at the same time certain times you might need to call it directly. How? यही directly case study में पूछा गया था, ये पूरा दिया हुआ था, and what was asked for was how would you strengthen the ethical practices, how would you strengthen the ethical and moral values. उसका आंसर आपको मिल जाएगा इसी के आगे जो लिखा हुआ है. Read that. Strategies that will help in strengthening of ethical and moral values in governance. यही, this is what you are supposed to write in your exam, right? तभी बोल रहा हूँ ARC का जो इसमें दिया हुआ है उसको एज इट इज देख लो, बाकी तो हम लोग समझते जा ही रहे हैं. There should be effective laws which require civil servants to give reasons for their official decisions, right? Those management approaches should be adopted which encourages all public officials and civil servants to deal positively with corruption and unethical practices when they encounter it. Whistleblower Protection Act to protect appropriate public interest disclosure of wrongdoing by public officials. Ethics audit to identify risk to integrity of the most important processes. New human resource management strategies which link, for example, ethical performance with entry and advancement. Anti-discrimination protections. Next is training and development in content and rationale of ethics codes, application of ethical management principles, the proper use of official powers, recruitment of professional responsibility. Right. So this is the answer to the question which was there. राइट उसके बाद आप इंट्रोडक्शन वगैरह जो सब लिखना चाहो तो लिख लो, लेकिन एआरसी का एज इट इज आ जाता है. नाउ सी व्हाई डिड आई से दैट यू कैन, सम पीपल माइट हैव कंफ्यूजन कि अब एथिक्स ऑडिट कैसे करेंगे. पिछले वाले उस पे जब बोल रहे हैं विच आर द एरियाज रिलेटेड, द सेकंड पॉइंट इज एथिकल कॉम्पिटेंस, एंड इन दिस दे आर सेइंग कि व्हेन द एथिकल कॉम्पिटेंस इज टू बी डेवलप्ड देन हाउ कैन दे परफॉर्म एथिक्स ऑडिट. बात समझ में आई? दैट इफ द कॉम्पिटेंस इज नॉट देयर देन हाउ वुड दे परफॉर्म एथिक्स ऑडिट. बट this is what the extreme nature of the report sometimes takes shape as. So उसमें कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, जो सजेस्ट करा एआरसी ने बोला है तो एज इट इज कर लो, सवाल मत पूछो. उससे ज्यादा सवाल पूछोगे तो टेंशन हो जाएगी, क्योंकि बात गलत रही है, आपका सोचना गलत नहीं होगा, बट अगेन दैट इज नॉट इन द परव्यू ऑफ डिस्कशन. उसमें ये नहीं है, जिसका कोई नहीं है उसका इफेक्टिव इंटरनल एंड एक्सटर्नल रिड्रेसल मैकेनिज्म. ठीक है. Now there is another question which comes, right, which is one can fight corruption by fighting corruption. अब देखो, let me tell you one thing, क्योंकि मुझे पता चला कुछ मतलब ऐसा समझ लो that we are not going to write all the cases, all the questions. You are to be smart enough that you realize that we have already discussed even today PYQs में से 2 PYQ डिस्कस कर चुके हैं ऑलरेडी, और हम लोग और भी क्वेश्चंस या किस तरीके के क्वेश्चंस आते हैं वो भी डिस्कस करते रहते हैं. जैसे 2 क्वेश्चंस तो डायरेक्टली वाले डिस्कस करे हैं, एक क्वेश्चन रेशनलाइजेशन वाले पार्ट पर जो एथिकल कंसर्न्स एंड डिलेमास है वहां पर डिस्कस हो चुका है, व्हिच इज आल्सो इन लाइन विद यूपीएससी पीवाईक्यू एंड अदर प्लेसेस, राइट. तो अभी मेंस लिख रहे हो तो प्लीज कीप आइडेंटिफाइंग देम, डू नॉट टॉक लाइक फाउंडेशन वाले स्टूडेंट, बिकॉज होता क्या है, इफ यू डोंट आइडेंटिफाई दैट यू विल नॉट फील रियलाइज दैट वी आर डूइंग क्वेश्चंस एज वेल. बाकी एक्सप्लिसिटली 4 तो कर ही रहे हैं डेली, right? Anyway, so the thing is, if there is a question, one can fight corruption by fighting corruption. Do you agree? Do you agree? What can your answer be? एक सेकंड, अरे चल क्यों नहीं रहा है? अच्छा. What can your answer be? One can find appears to be a right statement, but it is not a right statement. It is an incomplete statement. This is the exact fallacy that happens not only in India but also in international arena. People feel that they can fight corruption by fighting corruption. Why? Because fighting corruption is just one side of the coin. It is not both the sides of the coin. Why and what? Let's understand that. So when we talk about a coin, let's say this is a coin, and one side you are talking about fighting corruption. It cannot happen in isolation. The other side is basically building ethical standards. And for those who are not able to understand or appreciate this, see this. There is a glass which is filled with corruption. If it is filled with corruption, then there is no way that you can develop ethical standards in this. So the first thing that you would need to do is to make it corruption free, right? Making it corruption free will give it more room for ethical practices to develop. But tomorrow again people might start corrupt practices if they do not know what is the right thing to do. So this room has to be filled with what? Ethical standards. So when we go back to this, one side of the coin is fighting corruption, but fighting corruption is only giving the room, whereas the space which will be filled, that means no room for unethical practices or no room for corruption would happen only when ethical practices would take place. Go back to the debate of 1940 now, 1940s now, the classical debate between Friedrich and Feiner, they also suggested that one way it cannot happen. Regime values have to be there along with the other reformative values as well, which uplifts the morality of an administrator. Now, this also, one can fight corruption by fighting corruption, is used as a reactionary measure by national and international governments. कोई corruption की बात हुई, they'll make a committee, they'll make a commission, and it will keep giving its report. By the time the dust around the matter settles and people are left free. So it is more of a reactionary measure. But how can we take care of it? By not merely restricting ourselves from fighting corruption, but also developing ethical standards which are required in the system. All right. When we go to frame, because जो ARC ने बताया, what has it told? That codifying an ethical framework, right? But the problem in framing a code of ethics is this only, that people generally understand only this. So whatever the code comes out to be becomes limited because only corruption is being fought and ethical standards are not developed. So that is the problem that comes in it. Whereas if we want to build a holistic picture, then both ethical standards as well as your anti-corruption measures would be important, right? Next, when we talk about problem in implementing, this was a problem in framing code of ethics. What is the problem in implementing code of ethics? There are three problems. One is, now see again what they suggest. Have a read. Problems in implementing. Technical competence in ये लोगों के पास. Technical competence नहीं है. Also identified by ARC. This is what it said, that people need to develop ethical competence. दूसरा है कि bureaucratic culture, मतलब bureaucratic organization, what does it expect out of you? वो आपको नहीं पता है. It is a police organization and you are a very soft person, or it is a social service scheme department and you are a very harsh person. So you do not know what the organization expects of it. यहाँ इतना वैसे माइक्रोस्कोपिक आएगा नहीं, but organizational expectation, why do not people not know? There are two fault at both the levels. Neither the organization is able to convey it in a precise and clear, crisp manner, nor the people are interested, no, administrators or the people who are manning those government positions are interested to tell, to understand and learn. But then there comes one of the worst problems, not one of the worst, the worst problem that exists for implementing code of ethics, which is that when people start thinking that it is not in their personal interest to follow ethical path. आप तभी तक तो कर सकते हो जब आपको, चलो टेक्निकल कॉम्पिटेंस नहीं आपके अंदर, डेवलप कर दी जाएगी, आपको नहीं पता आप सीख लोगे, लेकिन जब आपने ये सोच लिया कि अब मेरे को कोई कुछ हो ही नहीं सकता, या मैं कुछ गलत करना मेरे हित में और सही करना मेरे हित में नहीं है, दैट मीन्स डूइंग राइट इज समथिंग विच विल नॉट प्रॉफिट यू and doing wrong is something which will profit you, then nobody can stop you from being corrupt. तब तो खत्म ही हुई ना बात, करप्शन की बात ही नहीं बची, फिर करप्शन से कोई बचा भी नहीं पाएगा. नाउ देयर इज नो क्वेश्चन व्हिच हैज कम ऑन दिस, बट मेक इट अ कोटेशन, मार्क इट ओवर देयर. अगर है नहीं तो इसको लिख लेना, अभी जब क्लास हो जाए उसके बाद लिख लेना, एंड यू कैन मार्क इट एज अ क्वेश्चन, एज अ डायरेक्ट क्वेश्चन. ऐसे भी आ सकता है, व्हाट इज द वर्स्ट प्रॉब्लम इन इंप्लीमेंटिंग कोड ऑफ एथिक्स, राइट? Mark important as well over there. Or directly they can give the statement and then ask you what to do or how should we develop it, right? All those things can come in a direct manner. कौन से स्टेटमेंट से अग्रीमेंट, दीपक? Which question? You have to tell me which question. Please mention the question fast. What question are you talking about? ठीक है, अभी विल सी व्हेन यू राइट. नाउ हम लोग बात कर रहे हैं बहुत देर से फ्रेमिंग अ कोड ऑफ एथिक्स एंड फ्रेमिंग अ कोड ऑफ कंडक्ट. द डिफरेंस बिटवीन कोड ऑफ एथिक्स एंड कोड ऑफ कंडक्ट इज नॉट वेरी हार्श, but will ultimately frame a code of ethics. Now we have been talking about code of ethics per se. Which code of ethics is followed in India? As a matter of fact, some of you would be surprised to know, some of you would not be very shocked to know that we do not have any code of ethics. We have only code of conduct. Now what code of ethics is? Code of ethics basically, see, I am just telling you the broad idea. Rest you can read, it is not very complicated. Only things where you need conceptual clarity, we'll read over there. So broadly written principles or broadly believed principles would make part of code of ethics. For example, honesty, right? Code of conduct will specifically tell you about the conduct, how to apply honesty. Say for example, honesty might be interpreted in a different manner by different people, but when we talk about code of conduct, then you will tell that do not accept any favor from anyone in order to return a favor, right? So when we talk about decisions, they would be guided by code of ethics and broad principles, but the specific elements would be guided by the code of conduct. अगर बात करें समझने के लिए तो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन हो गया आपका कोड ऑफ एथिक्स एंड कोड ऑफ कंडक्ट हो गया आपके लॉज, in order to understand. Now there is one thing important when we talk about, we have to always find balance, and when we try to find out balance, strike balance, one thing is that because of the specificity element, the code of conduct comes out to be a little better than code of ethics, because code of ethics is general. Since it is general in nature, it becomes a little vague. Why? Because your understanding of honesty or integrity might be different than my understanding of honesty or integrity. When there is something wrong that happens, I will try to justify, or you will try to justify that my honesty was right or your honesty was right, essentially resulting into the conflicts that would arise, because there is a likelihood that both of us start rationalizing, isn't it? So in such a case, what would happen? That you code of conduct, because of its specificity element, would be better able to help you in deciding that what's the right thing to do. तो वो आपके ऊपर onus ही नहीं छोड़ेगा honesty define करो, isn't it? But if we say that only code of conduct is important, no, because let's say we make a code of conduct which is all inclusive, which is like for every situation, for every position, it will tell you what to do. In that case, it will take the discretion away from you. Taking the discretion away from you would mean not allowing you any liberty to act in the manner in which you would want to, in case if a situation needs your understanding. More precisely, needs your human understanding. The human element is being taken out if no discretion is allowed. So a little discretion would be allowed in order for you to have that human angle with which you can resolve the issues and not being over mechanistic, right? That is the difference between code of ethics and conduct. Now one more, there is the point is there, which we'll see, which we'll understand. सिटीजन चार्टर आया कैसे? So, बाकी जो पॉइंट्स है वो आप पढ़ते रहे ना, लेकिन जो सिटीजन चार्टर का मूवमेंट है, हाउ डिड इट स्टार्ट कमिंग इनटू पिक्चर? सिटीजन चार्टर बेसिकली, see now earlier times, I hope you are not going to, एक सेकंड होल्ड करना दीपक, बजाय कि ऐसे लिखने के ना और उसमें ना टाइम निकल जाता है, डायरेक्टली ये लिखा करो क्वेश्चन कौन सा है, तो क्वेश्चन जब लिख दोगे तो समझ में आ जाएगा कि क्या बोल रहे हो, ठीक है ना? वरना समझ नहीं आता एग्जैक्टली, क्योंकि अब आगे निकल गए, अब वो डेल्ट नाउ में तो पता नहीं कब का नाउ है वो. एनीवे, वेयर वर वी? हाँ, सिटीजन चार्टर. सो द आइडिया इज दैट टुडे इन कॉन्टेम्परेरी टाइम्स वी आर नॉट द सेम वे एज वी वर अर्लियर. पहले आज के टाइम पर इफ अ टीटी ट्रेन टीटी that he catches hold of you and you have a general ticket and asks you that you will be required to pay a hefty fine on the seat that you are taking, but the seat is vacant and you are ready to take the reservation. Can he charge you? Can he charge you? No. Like, this is a very specific case, but if no, you don't know, he cannot charge you. And when we say he cannot charge you, the idea is that today you are more aware than what you were earlier. Today your financial standing is better than what it used to be earlier. What it results in certain things. Earlier, what would happen? If a traffic cop catches you, you might be feeling sorry, sir, or you would want to pay them, but not today. Today, what would happen? If they try to do that, you will say, no, I will not pay, tell me what have I done, what wrong have I done. So it basically impacts how? Your level of awareness increases, plus your financial standing also increases. This has resulted in increased expectation. Now, expectation of what? Now you want not only, what do you say, the administration to understand what you need, but also what you will need in future, right? अवेयरनेस की वजह एजुकेशन यहाँ लिखो तो ज्यादा वो हो जाएगा, बेसिक हो जाएगा, राइट? एजुकेशन हैज इंक्रीज, फाइनेंशियल स्टेटस हैज इंक्रीज, सो एक्सपेक्टेशन बढ़ गया है प्लस अवेयरनेस बढ़ गई है. पहले अगर आपको पुलिस वाला पकड़ता तो आप सॉरी बोलते हो, जो पैसा बोलता वो देते. आज वो बोलेगा, बोलो लॉ कौन सा ब्रेक करा मैंने, सब तो सही चला रहा हूं मैं. आपके पास व्हेन यू हैव मनी इन योर पॉकेट, डू यू फील अ लिटिल स्ट्रॉन्गर और नॉट? Do you feel that you have the power? So you get that courage from there. Also, since you are more educated, therefore you know कि ऐसा कोई रूल है कि नहीं है. ट्रेन में अगर आप जा रहे हो, जनरल का आपके पास टिकट है and there is a vacant seat and you are ready to take this thing, what do you call, reservation. You're ready to take the reservation, pay the difference, then nobody can push you to give a bribe. But not in earlier times. Earlier times में ऐसा नहीं होता था. तो हुआ क्या? When our awareness and expectation increased, we started expecting agencies, governmental agencies and otherwise, to tell us what or how the services would be provided. मान लो earlier you would go to a particular bank, you deposit a check. You do not know when that check would be cleared. If you go to the branch manager after 10 days, the person might say that we do not have your check, or it will take some time. He might say that I don't know where your check is, you have not taken care of the check. But not today. Charter is that piece of paper which is put in different organizations. So now the bank charter would say that any check would be cleared in 3 working days. Now today, if in 3 working days it is not cleared, you will go and sit on the head of branch manager. Because you are aware education and financial status is better, you are going to expect him to provide you the service what it is claiming. Otherwise, you will make his life hell, isn't it? So that is how citizen charter came into existence. अब इसमें कुछ points है citizen charter concept, citizen charter objective and all that you can do. इतना difficult नहीं है वो, ठीक है ना? I think right to information and ये भी हो जाए, खुद हो जाएगा. अब इसके ऊपर कुछ चीजें हैं जो कि which we can, the other things we can pick up later. इंफॉर्मेशन शेयरिंग एंड ट्रांसपेरेंसी बस इतना ही देख लो कि कौन कौन से, लाइक यू कैन नॉट, एक सेकेंड, कोड ऑफ कंडक्ट है, ठीक है. So information sharing and transparency, just remember one thing when we talk about information sharing and transparency, or we talk about, what do you say, right to information. In ethics paper, act and all will be a part of your paper number, which paper? Paper second. But otherwise, over here, you need to understand the ideology, how it goes, right? And why they are included in the ethics subject. So we will discuss briefly, but majorly you need to know the ideology. Generally, the questions which has come, even if the question that we discussed today, RTI Act wala, and there is a question on RTI Act as well, that also talks about either your acumen or about what goes in this, but it has not asked the question on the act itself. इस वाले क्वेश्चन में क्या था? इस वाले, the question which is not written was what? The question was that Right to Information Act essentially redefines the concept of accountability. So that means redefinition of the concept because of the presence of an act was asked, but not a question on RTI Act. What is RTI Act? What can you do under RTI Act? That will not be asked, because then it will not remain an ethics paper. So therefore, ideology is more important. And what is the ideology? Let's understand. Both the things we'll see. So when we talk about information sharing and transparency, what comes as important is, see, if you hide something from someone, let's say you are not telling something to your partner, what would your partner's response be? Why are you not telling me? You say, no, I've not done anything wrong, I don't think it is worth mentioning, that is why I'm not mentioning. Wouldn't your partner say that if it is not worth mentioning, and if you do not think that you have done anything wrong, then why don't you tell me? Then if you try to hide it further, you might be in for trouble. Why? Because the person would not believe that you have nothing to hide or you have nothing to wrong. The plain and simple logic goes, if you are hiding it, that means that you have done something wrong. If not, show it what you have done. Right or wrong? The same thing goes for the administration as well, or government as well. When the government is secretive about its actions, secretive about its procedures and processes, at that time there is a doubt that comes in, that falls in picture. And why is that doubt coming in the picture? क्योंकि भाई अगर आप सच कर रहे हैं, सच गलत नहीं कर रहे हो, तो बताने में क्या हर्ज है? ब्रेक क्या हो रहा है? ब्रेक हो रहा है ट्रस्ट. जब भी ट्रस्ट की बात आएगी, फेथ की बात आएगी, एथिक्स का टॉपिक बनेगा. दैट इज व्हाई आइडियोलॉजी इज इंपॉर्टेंट. सो you tell me till the time it doesn't affect you, or till the time it doesn't affect the practical implications of you sharing the information. Thus, information sharing and transparency becomes a topic. So you can share the information to the extent and maintain transparency to the extent you share the information based upon certain aspects. What are those aspects? Have a look. Practicality and reasonability. मतलब अगर रीजनेबल है और प्रैक्टिकेबल है तो इंफॉर्मेशन शेयर करी जा सकती है, पर 100% ऑब्वियसली इंफॉर्मेशन शेयरिंग नहीं हो सकती है. There is constitutionality and parliamentary system. If there is some law which is in line with constitution and the parliamentary system, then you cannot be non-transparent in that case. Then comes the cost of sharing the information. If cost of sharing the information is more than the cost of the effect that sharing information would take place, then in that case it will not be a good idea to share again. Then comes your information on proposal, because then peer groups or pressure groups might create pressure on you for the same, right? So these are basically the limits or the extent to which the information could be shared and transparency be maintained. जब हम पहले की अगर बात करें तो पहले ऐसा होता था कि ऑफिशियल सीक्रेसी एक्ट जो था 1923 का, that was brought by whom? British regime, in order to what? Suppress, by an alien rule, to suppress the Indians. They wanted to be secretive because they were not doing right. Now if we are following the same tendency, that means we are also following their footsteps. गलत कर नहीं रहे. If you can tell everything about Rafale deal but not the real thing, ये example मत लिख कर आना, but just giving you an example that Rafale deal के बारे में अगर आप बाकी सब बता रहे हो, प्राइस का नहीं बता रहे हो या कुछ चीज छुपा रहे हो, तो फिर डाउट तो आएगा. नहीं करा होगा तो बता दो, उससे क्या सिक्योरिटी में आएगा? रेट बताने से बम गिर जाएगा. दिस इज नॉट गोइंग टू हैपन. एनीवे, आई वांट यू टू हैव जस्ट रीड पेज नंबर में देख के बताता हूं. यू कैन टेक एन आइडिया हाउ टू इंड्यूस सटल इमोशनल ओवरटोन. आई विल टेल यू द पेज नंबर. हाँ देखो, पेज नंबर 54 लास्ट पैरा. पेज नंबर 54 लास्ट पैरा. ये जस्ट रीड दिस, आई विल टेल यू व्हाट. अनफॉर्चुनेटली वी बोर, जो ब्रेसिस में लिखा है, वी बोर द बर्डन ऑफ द साइकी ऑफ एन एलियन रूलर फॉर द नेक्स्ट 58 years when we finally became fortunate to gift ourselves the RTI Act 2005. ठीक है, उसमें मार्क भी है ओनली फॉर अंडरस्टैंडिंग. ये इसलिए दिया हुआ है सो दैट यू रियलाइज दैट सटल इमोशनल ओवरटोन, नॉट इन दिस पेपर बट इन ऐसे यू कैन यूज. अब देखो इसमें सटल इमोशनल ओवरटोन कैसे आ रहा है. अदरवाइज इफ आई वांट टू रिमूव द इमोशनल ओवरटोन्स, आई विल टेक आउट unfortunately and fortunately out of the equation, right? Then emotional overtone would be subtle further, but again we bore the burden of psyche of an alien ruler. This in itself is having a little emotional overtone. आ रहा है उसमें इमोशनल एंगल की, हम बर्डन बियर कर रहे थे तब से, राइट? तो ये चीज आपको आएगी ही मतलब ये चीज आप ऐसे के अंदर यूज कर सकते हो, लेकिन नॉट इन एथिक्स पेपर. जस्ट दिस इज जस्ट गिवन टू यू इन ऑर्डर टू अंडरस्टैंड दिस एज वेल कि ऐसे पेपर में हाउ कैन यू इंक्रीज द इमोशनल ओवरटोन इन ऑर्डर टू इंक्रीज द इम्पैक्ट. उतना समझने के लिए है बस ये. फिर गिफ्ट आवरसेल्व्स. अदरवाइज इफ यू आर मेंशनिंग द सेम थिंग इन एथिक्स पेपर, you can mention it without being using emotional overtone, that it was brought by British in their time to serve their ends. Today we do not need it. So you put it pretty direct without using any emotional overtone. Yes. कहां से देखते हैं दीपक? जो पीडीएफ है ना, वो पीडीएफ के अंदर ही है, उसी में दिए हुए पेज नंबर्स. चलो, आई थिंक विल देन कम टू द क्वेश्चंस. हाँ पूछो. वो तो क्वेश्चन स्पेसिफिक रहेगा, वो पहले से नहीं बता सकते. GS2 में भी भाई फोकस एरिया वाले तो अच्छा उसमें नहीं थे ना. हम्म हम्म एक्चुअली स्टेट के वो क्वेश्चन उतने ज्यादा स्टैंडर्डाइज होते नहीं है, तो यहाँ पर यूपीएससी में आ रहा है, तो चांसेस यही है कि उसका फोकस और कोर वो कहीं ना कहीं मेंशन होगा। फोकस और कोर मेंशन होगा तो आपको समझ में आ जाएगा कि वो इस एरिया से नहीं है, वो पेपर मतलब सॉरी इसी एरिया से पेपर 2 से नहीं, वो दिखेगा पर होगा नहीं। जो भी क्लासेस देखोगे ना भी रिकॉर्डेड तो समझ आ जाएगा जो बात बोल रहा हूँ। बाकी अदर पीपल आर दे एबल टू अंडरस्टैंड इट और नॉट? यस दीपक, प्लीज राइट इन यस और नो or anything that you want to write which is socially acceptable. Online students, shall we move forward to the questions? Yes, चलो सी द फर्स्ट वन। नहीं पीआई क्यों नहीं, वो दूसरा वाला। राइट द फर्स्ट वन, suggest some core values for public services to comprehensively cover the entire gamut of moral administration. लिखना चालू हो जाइए, सिंस आज ऑनलाइन ही है ज्यादातर, तो उस पर बताइए क्या लिखेंगे। Done, structure done. Now, since you are at home majority, I would not be able to see. Just check it with what you have written. And if you have written a little differently also, it does not matter much. But see, understand. Please write yes if you are done with that structure. थोड़ा सा टाइम मिसमैच होगा तो वो दैट इज द थिंग विच विल हैपन. पता नहीं, मुझे अभी बताऊंगा. Please mention how many of you found the question simple. Write S in case if you found it simple and D if you found it difficult. Those who found it simple, please write S. Those who found it difficult, please write D. Difficult. दीपक क्वेश्चंस उस पर दिए तो हुए हैं जो क्वेश्चन वाला है आपके पास. ये लिखने के लिए नहीं है, जो क्वेश्चंस दिए हुए हैं उन्हीं में से है. नॉट PYQ. जुलाई 29 वाले में देखो. 29 की ना. क्या हो गया, सब लोग भाग गए क्या? राइट D if you have found it difficult, S if simple and M if moderate. S simple, M moderate, D difficult. Online students, M. Yes. See, all right. Now pay attention here. We'll have a look. Suggest some core values for public services to comprehensively cover the entire gamut of moral administration. Now, there are certain things that you need to pay attention on. If you do not find the meaning of a word, or if you find a little complicated question, just understand by what the meaning is conveyed in the question, because they will not include multiple words. One thing you are required to know, but in case if you do not know, just read in Hindi. People from other languages might find it a little difficult, but just understand if you are not able to understand that entire moral administration, you can read it as, right? Yes, I'll repeat it. Don't worry. Suggest some core values for public services to comprehensively cover the entire gamut of moral administration. So now when we talk about it, it appears to be a difficult question. And if you talk about the level of difficulty that is increased in this question, it is quite a high level question in case if you want to know it very fundamentally. Why is it a high level question? Not because of the language that it has, not because that you would not know the value, but it is saying comprehensively covering the entire gamut. That means it should be able to cover the whole administration at once. And so comprehensive coverage is a little difficult to know, but this does not remain difficult. after we have an idea about the these values. If we have an idea about these values, only these 6 things you write, 5 things you write, 5 points in a 10 marker, you will not lose marks. Why? Regime values will take care of all the punitive measures and it will take care of all the external constraints that are to be applied, right? Then you talk about institutional values would take care of the part that institution plays in the whole administration, right? Then you talk about instrumental values without which it will not be able to work. Then you talk about situational values, which will be situation specific. Sometimes it might be in contrast to what your fundamental or personal values. And fundamental and personal values would be the values like integrity, honesty, and all. Now imagine people who have written only integrity, honesty, and other such values are covering making the administration moral, but only talking about one part of the moral administration, which is the people manning it, without realizing or without understanding that there are other places as well where things might go wrong. Now you don't need to get into the details of what law is going to do and all, because that 150 words is not much, but mentioning it tells that you have taken care of all the parts: punitive, preventive, higher value system, and all that. So moral administration would mean what? Moral is something which is right. The administration which is set to do the right thing, not the thing right, the right thing. How would it do the right thing? By including all this value. तो अब जब ये सारी आ जाएंगी तो आपका आंसर गलत हो ही नहीं पाएगा. If you know this, then it's not a problem. But otherwise, comprehensively cover करने की जब बात आएगी, तो there is no other way. There are no two ways about it. How many of you were able to reach here? Please tell. Question number 2. It is noted that an administrative ethics curriculum is still missing in context of public services. What do you think are the hindrances to the same? What would you suggest as solution for the same? कवर कर लिए हो गई. उसके अंदर एग्जाम्पल लिख दो, इंस्टीट्यूशनल लिख दो अकाउंटेबिलिटी एंड ट्रांसपेरेंसी. लिमिट नहीं है उसकी, लेकिन ये मेंशन करो, डायमेंशन सारे कवर कर लो. उसका कोर से मतलब एफिशिएंसी इफेक्टिवनेस से नहीं है, कोर से मतलब है इंस्ट्रूमेंटल. उसमें वैसे ही सारी आ गई. कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव कवरेज अगर आप मुझसे बोल रहे हो और मैं हर लिखूंगा थोड़ी ना क्वालिटी, फिर मुझे पहले यूपीएससी वाली लिखनी पड़ेंगी, फिर नोलान वाली लिखनी पड़ेंगी, फिर जो नोट्स के अंदर स्ट्रेंथनिंग के अंदर और 10-15 फिर लिखनी पड़ेंगी, फिर मैं लिखते चला जाऊंगा, वो तो खत्म ही नहीं होनी है. हाँ, तभी तो कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव कवरेज होगा. यहीं पर इफ द क्वेश्चन वाज ओनली अबाउट इफ द फ्रेम वाज टू कवर द पर्सनल एस्पेक्ट ऑफ एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन और द पर्सन, तब केवल उस पर लिख देते. Deepak, please read in the notes. It is very difficult because if I repeat it again and again, तुमने जो ग्रुप ज्वाइन किया था उसी के अंदर तो भेजा था. तुम्ही ने तो सबसे पहले ज्वाइन किया था उसी ग्रुप के अंदर, जो क्वेश्चन पेपर दिया है उसी के अंदर है. जुलाई 29 वाले में देखो. आखिरी वाले सेम को क्वेश्चन में काट के इशू कर दो, दो दो बार सेम अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है। क्वेश्चन में कोई दिक्कत नहीं है पर इशू कर दो। हो गया डन। Who is going to tell what the answer would require as content? It is noted that administrative ethics curriculum is still missing in context of public services. What do you think are the hindrances to the same? What would you suggest as the solution for the issue? Please respond in comment box. From where will you find your answer? Or did you understand it or not? लेकिन करिकुलम का रिक्वायरमेंट तो पूछा ही नहीं है। अच्छा ये बताओगे, हाँ फिर ठीक है। क्या हिंड्रेंसेस क्या है उसकी? ऑन देखो स्टार्टिंग इंट्रोडक्शन ठीक है, बाद में गड़बड़ा रहा है। Online students, are you done? Please write an answer. What do you need to write? Good afternoon. Please tell in the comment section what will you write. नीचे चलना, यही और कोई नहीं है, नीचे चलना. अच्छा ठीक है, let's pay attention over here. Now again, level of difficulty, how do you find it? S, D or M? SDM. How do you find the difficulty? Simple, difficult or moderate? Please write it in comment box. How do you find the difficulty level? Now the difficulty level of this particular question, I will say it as it is a moderate one, right? It's not very difficult, but again, these are some content specific questions. So without knowing the content, it will be difficult. Now you would have otherwise also written the answer that we have already discussed for the question one. But what changes is when you know the specific content for it, your answer has a great specificity element in that. With it, what happens is that you are able to cater to all the things without putting in much effort. Otherwise, what you will think, even when you are writing, you will not be sure that whether I am writing, what I am writing is right or wrong. But in case if you move on some laid out platform, then things are pretty easy for you. Hindrances will be same as problems in implementing code of ethics, and the solution can be solutions for the same. Kanishk, not exactly. Why? Because we are talking about, there is an important word, administrative ethics. चलो ये बीच में मिल गया, एक खाली पेज. Administrative ethics curriculum. That means administrative ethics per se is not developed. So when we talk about administrative ethics, curriculum is not there in context of public services. Like you do not have any particular book to read, no, over there when you go to Labasna. Even the lectures which are given on ethics and morality are more of motivational in nature, or probably telling you the moral stories. It will not be as precise even as what we have discussed up till now, right? So that, since that is missing, hindrances, lack of political will, bureaucratic resistance, resource constraints in implement, cultural barriers, lack of standardization, suggestions, political. Abhishek, मैं पहले वाले आंसर अभी शायद कल भी I think you answered. Remember just one thing, that your answers are tilting a little bit towards the legality side. In this particular paper, we have to include the things and contention more on the morality side of the whole equation, right? Over here also you don't need to think much. Why you don't need to think much? The first topic of your 6th chapter is what? Status and problem of ethics in public administration. यही तो बता रहा है वो. This is what it is telling. Why is there no curriculum existent? Because you can't base it on philosophy. You can't base it on somewhere other than philosophy. Law cannot be the source. Current administration cannot be the point. Done thing is used as a rationalization. Religion cannot be the ground. And disciplines are also not as developed, which are pooling in. And what can be the solution? Two solutions are here. Primum non nocere, golden rule of ethics. This is the solution which you can generally adopt. But otherwise, if now see, in 150 words, you would not get more time to write than this. But in case if you want to write more, or in case if your articulation is such that you are not taking much words over here, or let's say the question comes in 250 words, then you can also mention जो समस्या है वही समाधान है कि फिलॉसफी में थोड़ा बेस करो जिससे एनरिचमेंट हो, बाकी दूसरी जगह से निकालो, जैसे साइकोलॉजी हो गया, पवेड हो गया. लॉ पे उतना डिपेंड करो जहां से हमें वो सही और गलत का बता रहा है, पर फिर कॉन्शियंस का रोल लाओ, कॉन्शियंस का एजुकेट करो. करंट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन को केवल एक गाइड की तरह लो, एंड देन यू मूव ऑन टू इंक्लूडिंग थोड़ा हिस्टोरिकल समझ के, एंड देन व्हाट विल कम. सो डायनेमिज्म, ब्रिंग डायनेमिज्म इन दैट एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव एथिक्स. डन थिंग को रेशनलाइजेशन की तरह आइडेंटिफाई कर ही चुके हैं. रिलीजन का रोल डीसीटी के ऊपर बता ही देंगे, एंड डिसिप्लिन्स बाकी डेवलप करने की जरूरत पड़ेगी स्पेसिफिकली एंड ग्रेटली नहीं, ग्रेवली. हाँ, अंडरस्टूड? बट डोंट वरी, अभी इस लेवल के क्वेश्चंस आएंगे नहीं, चिंता की जरूरत नहीं है ज्यादा, आने नहीं चाहिए इस लेवल के क्वेश्चंस। आगे तो आंसर्स तो हैं ही आपके पास, जस्ट आइडेंटिफाई वेयर डू दे बिलोंग टू, राइट? अंडरस्टूड एवरीवन? प्लीज राइट अ यस, नो और या नहीं बताएंगे, वॉट एवर यू वांट टू राइट इन योर कमेंट। नहीं छोड़ सकते, डायरेक्ट भी छोड़ सकते। हाँ सॉल्यू, अगर देखो चक्कर क्या है ना कि कंक्लूजन हर चीज का अकॉर्डिंग टू आपने पहले क्या लिखा है उस पर डिपेंड करता है। मैं एक अगर रैंडम कंक्लूजन बता दूंगा तो वो मेरी स्टार्टिंग का होगा। हाँ, जैसे if I am to write, considering that if I am writing in the exam, I'll tell them that ethics curriculum is not existent because of some inherent problems which exist not only in the subject but the development of the subject. That is where I'll start and I'll put these points and then I'll tell this, and then I'll conclude somewhere in line with what do you say, that because the issues are quite clear to us, therefore developing a subject would require to cater to all these things. Additionally, till the time we reach there, we can make use of these two things. तो लेकिन अब आप क्या लिख रहे हो उसके ऊपर आपका कंक्लूजन करेगा। Yes, now let's come to the question number 1 of PYQs. PYQs, देखो जो लोग को थोड़ा सा कोटेशन में भी दिक्कत आ रहा है, take 1 minute to 2 minutes, make the structure of the quotation and then answer it. In looking for people to hire, you look for 3 qualities: integrity, intelligence, and energy. And if they do not have the first, the other two will kill you. What do you understand by this statement in present day scenario? Explain. देखना क्या लिखा है। अच्छा, ऊपर करना, नहीं ऊपर चलो, ऊपर, हाँ नीचे चलो, चलो ठीक है। Abhishek, now I can see the smartness that you have done in your answer, but this is a more aligned answer, I would say. This is a more aligned answer, plus you can club it, and in case if you are using ethical so many times, instead of that, also use moral, plus other words which can be synonymously used in the answer. Though content-wise you can use this directly, this is what the question is trying to ask of, but at the same time, what you have done I can see, and that is not a wrong way to move forward for the same thing. But since ethical is being quite repetitive, therefore you can use it with the word, or you can alternatively use ethical and moral. पर एक और चीज अभिषेक याद रखना, जैसे कि अब पिछला वाला क्वेश्चन था, कौन सा क्वेश्चन था पिछला? पिछला वाला क्वेश्चन गायब हो गया, रुको बताते हैं, जा रहे ठीक है। अभिषेक, डिड यू अंडरस्टैंड? मोस्ट वेलकम अभिषेक। And Abhishek, I hope after you read it, you are better able to appreciate the difference that is coming. कनिष्क के एक्शन रुकना देख रहा हूँ. Kanishk, you have like written the central idea somewhere in your answer, but I will not point where exactly. You identify that where have you written it. Though I'll not add more than that. You identify where you have written. Yes, yes, Abhishek. And that's what make it qualitatively better. Yes, Kanish, absolutely. So you have to write the central idea would be that. And why you are saying what you are saying, that also is important. एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन कहाँ लिखा हुआ है? वॉरेन बफे का स्टेटमेंट है. एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन मत बोलो. बात सही कर रहे हो है? रिक्रूटमेंट के सेंस में है, पर एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन जबरदस्ती क्यों घुसा रहे हो? हाँ ठीक है. मूविंग ऑन द राइट ट्रैक. छोटा छोटा नहीं, और छोटा. एक लाइन में डिफाइन करो, वरना तुम आइडिया कहाँ लिखोगे अपना. हाँ, और क्या. वो ये नहीं पूछ रहा है, वो क्वेश्चन पूछ रहा है ये. देखो, सी लुक हियर. What it says is, Warren Buffett says that when you are hiring people to hire, you look for three qualities. One is integrity, one is intelligence, one is energy. If minus integrity, then these two become lethal. Understood? That's how you break it. All right, shall we start? That to hire, you have to look in for three qualities. One is integrity, one is intelligence, one is energy. Now, see, the idea that is here, Ganesh, now pay attention, you will also get what you are writing and you will be able to write it more precisely. Intelligence and energy, are they not more of instrumental values that people should have? If you are not intelligent and if you do not have energy, let's say we'll subtract one by one. If we subtract the energy, would intelligence help? Things will not happen automatically. For things to happen, Even if the dumbest of the person pushes a cliff or pushes a stone, only then it would be pushed. That means energy is required. Even if the most intelligent one does, even then energy would be required. So energy is required. Now remove other things. Intelligence. If a person is pushing the wall or a stone, you should know what to push, what not to push. So that again is an important thing. So these are more of instrumental values. Basically, the values which will be of utility for you. Right. Now the thing is, if you are intelligent and if you have energy, you can do everything. But there is only one thing which is going to stop you or tell you the right place to go, that is integrity. When you are in the driver's seat, integrity is sitting and it will tell you where to take intelligence and where to take energy. Not that the incidents what has happened recently, people were not intelligent over there. एमसीडी में बेवकूफ घुसे हुए हैं ऐसा तो है नहीं, लोगों को नहीं पता है कि लापरवाही नहीं करनी है ऐसा तो है नहीं, ठीक है. तो इंटेलिजेंट है, एनर्जी है, बट जो चीज होनी चाहिए थी वो होती नहीं है. कॉन्टेम्परेरी टाइम, ड्राइविंग टाइम में मतलब व्हाट इज द ड्राइविंग फोर्स? ड्राइविंग इज इंटीग्रिटी. टेररिस्ट 9/11 अटैक, would they not call for a very high level of intelligence and a very high level of energy? It is, first of all, you will to just break the threshold of doing something wrong, you will require that, and to do something at that level, which is going to kill so many people, itself takes energy. In all the terrorist cases, intelligence is very high, energy is very high, but integrity is not. उनके लिए वैल्यूज कहीं और से आ रही हैं, जहां से भी आ रही हैं, बट इंटेलिजेंस और एनर्जी नहीं है. दैट इज व्हाई इट इज said that integrity is the guiding light और integrity is the one which will be driving. तो बेसिकली हो क्या रहा है कि ये तीन क्वालिटीज का मतलब तभी है. अगर केवल इंटीग्रिटी है तब भी काम नहीं होगा, केवल इंटेलिजेंस है तो खतरनाक हो सकता है, केवल एनर्जी है तो भी खतरनाक हो सकता है, लेकिन अगर इंटीग्रिटी है तो डरने की जरूरत नहीं है. मॉरल स्टैंडर्ड बहुत हाई हो जाएगा. इंटीग्रिटी जैसे ही आपकी हाई होगी, यू वुड स्टार्ट एम्बाइबिंग good qualities rather than the bad ones. Conscience ko you will start developing in a better way. Your conscience will be more in line with what the right thing is rather than the wrong one. If you have integrity, you would be able to differentiate between the kind of between right and wrong based upon the logical arguments or based upon reason. तो आपका conscience जो develop होके आएगा वो ट्रू कॉन्शियस में डेवलप होकर आएगा. इंटीग्रिटी विल ऑल्सो हेल्प यू डेवलपिंग अ क्वालिटी विच विल फर्दर टेक प्रोबिटी, उसको बाद में बात कर लेंगे, लेकिन इंटीग्रिटी से आपका वो भी डेवलप होने लगेगा. ठीक है. सो बेसिकली इफ यू हैव वन थिंग, ऑल द गाइडिंग फोर्स, ऑल द गाइडिंग लाइट इज हैपनिंग ओनली दिस थिंग, ओनली हैपनिंग व्हेन दिस थिंग इज ड्रिवन बाय दिस. अदरवाइज आप एक ऐसी गाड़ी में बैठे हो जो चल बहुत तेज रही है लेकिन उसमें कोई बैठा नहीं है. देयर इज नो ड्राइवर टू इट, देयर इज नो ड्राइवर टू इट, राइट. सो इन ऑर्डर फॉर इट टू हैव ड्राइवर, इंटीग्रिटी वुड ऑलवेज बी नीडेड. देन यू कैन गिव सम एग्जांपल्स फ्रॉम लाइक 9/11 एंड अदर एग्जांपल्स वुड बी क्लासिक केस ऑफ दिस. 9/11 हो गया, बाकी जो भी टेररिस्ट अटैक्स है एंड ऑल दैट. अभिषेक, इंटीग्रिटी लीड्स टू सस्टेनेबल सक्सेस इज नॉट रॉन्ग, but the question is not asking that whether integrity leads to sustainable success, right? Second, even in case if it asks, sustainable success should come a little later unless the need of the question is like that. Otherwise it appears to be more of a prudential point rather than reflecting on ethics. But yes, in some question your statement would not be wrong. Integrity as guiding light to channelize. Very good, Vaibhav, very good. Integrity as guiding light to channelize intelligence and energy. Understood this one? Today's politicians, contemporary time politicians, are they not having energy? Are they not having intelligence? It takes much more effort for a person to be a politician than for a person to be a civil services aspirant. It takes a lot of real time effort. It takes like true work to reach at the helm of the democratic setup where you are positioned in a political place. Criminals who are big criminals, No, I'm not saying it for all the politicians that they are missing integrity, but what I'm trying to say is that at times they are. Whenever you mention an example of politicians, do not mention all of them. Always mention some of them. When you are saying all of them, you are reflecting your bias. When you are saying some of them, you are saying that when they are not in the right light. What is the difference between a politician who has gone vogue and a criminal? Only authority, only certified authority, which makes such politician gone vogue as more dangerous than the criminal himself. है ना, बना तो वही है. तो क्रिमिनल के केस में भी कोई भी चीज गलत दुनिया की उठा के देख लो, वो आदमी कर ही नहीं सकता जो मूर्ख हो या जिसके अंदर ऊर्जा नहीं हो. इफ देयर इज अ पर्सन हु इज डम and who does not have energy, he will never be doing wrong. He'll be happy with himself, whatever be the case. Chill rahega. But any wrong that is happening, you can. So my idea is that with this you will get plenty of examples. जो डालना हो आपको, जो आसपास दिख रहा है, सब जो गलत हो रहा है, वो हो इसीलिए रहा है कि इंटेलिजेंस एनर्जी है पर सही जगह नहीं लग रही है. कई बार होता है you are also, मतलब that is a prudential aspect what I am going to tell कि let's say if you have to, because this does not make you ethical or unethical if you are preparing for civils or not, but the idea is that sometimes that happens or not, that you have the intelligence and the energy but you are not doing what you are supposed to do. तो ये morality के डोमेन में नहीं, prudence के डोमेन में आएगा. but at the same time at least it is telling you कि भाई बिना कोई guiding light के कुछ तो दिक्कत आती है. वो morality के context पे वो integrity बन जाती है. यहाँ पर integrity की बजाय if there is some other quality like probity, then also the answer will remain same. उसमें कोई आंसर में डिफरेंस नहीं आएगा, सेम ही आंसर रहेगा. हाँ, तो Vaibhav has mentioned that integrity will help you in keeping the priority right, which is serving the public interest before they serve personal interest. पहली चीज तो before personal interest हटा दो उसमें से, क्योंकि we are not there to serve personal interest. वो चीज बोलने की जरूरत नहीं है, axiomatic है, self explanatory, let them understand on their own. But you are there to serve the public. So, but why are you able to set the priority high? Because you have integrity. So, realizing that things have a purpose is again a part of not compromising even when nobody is seeing. भाई सामने किसी की तो कोई चोर भी चोरी नहीं करता है, चोरी तो पीछे ही होती है. जंगल में नाचा मोर किसने देखा वाली बात है. ठीक है, चलिए मूव फॉरवर्ड. कुछ पूछ रहे थे? हाँ, कन्विक्ट हो गया है. हाँ, लिख सकते हो ना. Good question, very good question. If there is somebody who is convicted by the court, can you write it as an example? Yes, you can. Right? But generally refrain your... See, the only thing is, if you want to ask me very practically, even the examiners are mature enough morally and at their level where all these things they would not be biased of. But unfortunately, the times that we live in, over there the questions which are asked tells you also about the standard of something. Case in point, now again, no need to get influenced by what I am saying, no need to write it in examination. But when people start doubting the working of EVM and the chief election commissioner, instead of telling them that these are the things, these are the statistics, this is how we are handling the situation, instead of that, if he starts shero shairi and all that, he tries to defend himself like a political party. What the issue arising is on the there is a doubt which is in the doubt that comes towards the constitutional body, election commission, right? So now what is happening is this the kind of like earlier we used to read that UPSC chairman would be an IAS, UPSC member would be an IAS, either promoted or howsoever, but an IAS. But now later times what we are realizing that they are not necessarily he belongs to the IAS service, the or IPS, or like that means that allied services. Now what with all this, I do not want to influence your idea, but what I want to tell you is that this somewhere tells us the reality that exists today. The reality that exists today. So my idea is better safe than sorry. If somebody is convicted who is out and out convicted, क्योंकि होता यह है कि जब गलत आता है तो सभी लोग उसे गलत बोलने लगते हैं, लेकिन कोई ऐसा है जिसमें जहां पर इन्फ्लुएंस या उस तरीके की चीजें ज्यादा है ना, कि कोई जैसे आई टेल यू, आई वाज वर्किंग अर्लियर इन एन ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, वेरी बिग ऑर्गेनाइजेशन ओवर देयर वाज दिस गाय कमिंग फ्रॉम एमआईटी नॉट महाकाल इंस्टीट्यूट, मैसाचुसेट्स इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी. वहां पे दिस गाय was studying over there and he was out and out radical. So he was completely anti-Muslim. What I'm trying to say is the idea of him getting that education and still thinking about things which might not be so relevant for the true growth. Now imagine a college like MIT, what should it do? Like if you are reading in MIT, you might probably skip IAS as well, right? That's the level to which it goes. But the idea is कि वो reflect तो कर रहा है करंट रियलिटी, तो उस बंदे, ये तो पुरानी बात है, लेकिन रिफ्लेक्ट कर रहा है उसी तरीके से आज के टाइम पर जब आपको रियलिटी दिख रही है किस तरफ है. आई हैव द लिबर्टी टू से ऑल दिस व्हाट आई एम सेइंग बिकॉज आई एम नॉट बीन इवैल्यूएटेड. मतलब करेगा तो रियल टाइम होगा ना, लेकिन आप लोग वहां लिख कर आओगे, आप लोग यूपीएससी एस्पिरेंट्स हो, ब्यूरोक्रेट्स हो, बनने वाले हो, तो आपको तो चाहे ऊपर अच्छा नेता बैठा हो चाहे बुरा नेता बैठा हो, जी हुजूर तो करना ही पड़ेगा. Isn't it? Understood? So be careful about that. But otherwise, if you talk in general, you can quote example of the person who is been convicted. Not a problem over there. Serving के लिए नहीं, serving के लिए नहीं बोल सकते, subjudice topics के लिए नहीं बोल सकते. In fact, you can mention over there that this is subjudice, it has not taken its course. पूछेगा नहीं, लॉ वगैरह में पूछ सकता है, इसमें नहीं पूछेगा. Even paper 2 में भी नहीं पूछेगा. All right, let's move forward. Let's see the next one. मुकेश के बारे में कल करी थी, आज राकेश के बारे में बात करते हैं. लेट्स टॉक अबाउट राकेश. Rakesh is a responsible district level officer who enjoys the trust of his higher officials. Knowing his honesty, the government entrusted him with the responsibility of identifying the beneficiaries under a health care scheme meant for senior citizens. The criteria to be a beneficiary are the following: 60 years of age or above, belonging to a reserved community, family income of less than 1 lakh rupees per annum, post-treatment prognosis is likely to be high to make a positive difference to the quality of life of the beneficiary. One day, an old couple visited Rakesh's office with their application. They have been the residents of a village in his district since their birth. The old man is diagnosed with a rare condition that causes obstruction in the large intestine. As a consequence, he has severe abdominal pain frequently that prevents him from doing any physical labor. The couple has no children to support them. The expert surgeon whom they contacted is willing to do the surgery without charging any fee. However, the couple will have to bear the cost of incidental charges such as medicines, hospitalization, etc. to the tune of rupees 1 lakh. The couple fulfills all the criteria except the criterion B. However, any financial aid would certainly make a significant difference in their quality of life. How should Rakesh respond to the situation? Now, first of all, you notice कोई ethical issue नहीं पूछा है, कोई stakeholder नहीं पूछा है, कोई they have not asked anything apart from how would Rakesh respond to the situation. Right? थोड़ा सा try करो, 3 minutes, फिर we'll see. I'm sorry, Kanishk, मैं बोल रहा था and mic was off. I hope I'm audible now. So, see, one thing is check the spelling of crowd. Do not make mistakes in basic spellings, but otherwise you are not doing that. And any last में दो बार लिखा हुआ है उसको check कर लो. Otherwise, response fine. We'll see it. We'll analyze it in a moment. कहाँ लेकर जा रहा हूँ मेरा mouse? Done. Online students, some people are not responding. If it is paucity of time, I understand, but if it is a fear of judgment, don't do that, because it will be better if you are judged here, so that if there is something that we need to align, we'll align it. And good, like, appreciation for people who are trying to respond. Fair, Abhishek, fair. All right, shall we discuss? What have you written? Hmm. एक सेकंड रुकना, नीचे करना। अच्छा ये है, ठीक है। ठीक है, ठीक है। तो majority of the people, I think they have taken the help of an NGO to help him out, right? NGO or some external agency, probably crowdfunding or something else. See, this particular case study is on implicitly on the fact that whether rule or right, what is more important to you. In this, it is presented in a subtle manner. There is a case study that I have given to you, again PYQ, in the question paper, that test, right? फिर से बोल रहा हूँ, टेस्ट भले ही दो या ना दो, लेकिन टेस्ट के डिस्कशन में जरूर बैठ जाना, ठीक है? So over there is a case study which explicitly does that, and this is a little more intricate one. That is also intricate. But what happens is, at times you might need to break the rule, or you might need to go beyond the need of the rule. So what it is trying to identify, whether this is the case, whether this is the case, or whether this is the case. If this is the case, then there is no problem. If this is the case, why? There are problems coming. If this is the case, why? What are the problems coming? So that's what the question is about. Over here, try to venture deeper into the case, and you will start realizing that there are more options than what we are thinking of, right? First of all, see what you have written, what you have considered. NGO है, नहीं देगा, benefit extend करोगे, नहीं करोगे, और exception की तरह treat करोगे, that is not wrong. But only treating him as an exception, these are the general points which are going to come to anybody's mind, even including the people who have written. देखो चलो एक और पढ़ लेते हैं. Check the validity of persuade higher officials about merit. ठीक है. अच्छा, first of all, do not doubt these people much, because that is the reality of the case. You can talk about primary investigation, but don't give it any more importance than primary investigation. Reason being, it is mentioned in the case, the inclination of the case suggests that's how you are supposed to move. But then it becomes an answer which is very generic, and mostly all of the people would be writing it. So let's see how every single word is important. For Rakesh, it is mentioned. Rakesh is district level officer. Rakesh is responsible, right? And knowing his honesty, the government entrusted him with the responsibility of identifying beneficiary under the healthcare scheme meant for senior citizens, right? So honesty recognized at state level और गवर्नमेंट रिकॉग्नाइज तो है, तब तो डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल पर उसे दे रहे हैं, ठीक है. फिर उसके बाद कुछ क्राइटेरियाज दिए हुए हैं. One day an old couple, then the case is given, they residents of the village diagnosed with a rare condition. अब यहाँ पर जो इशू आ रहा है, the issue is only regarding that the couple will have to bear the incidental charges such as medicines, hospitalization, etc. to the tune of 1 lakh rupees. Couple fulfills the criteria except criterion B, which is that they do not belong to the reserve community. Now the thing is that if a person is belonging to a reserved community or not, does not mean that they do not deserve the benefit of a scheme which can help them otherwise, right? सो अगर आप गरीब हो और अगर आपको उस स्कीम की जरूरत है तो उसका बेनिफिट मिलना चाहिए, पर ऐसे मिलेगा कैसे? ठीक है, ऐसे मिलेगा कैसे? हाउ वुड यू रिसीव दैट बेनिफिट? वन वे इज मेकिंग एन एक्सेप्शन, बट व्हेनेवर यू आर मेकिंग एन एक्सेप्शन, you should not make exception for one person. If there is one person who exists like that, there are more to be likelihood that there are more people who exist like that. So instead of treating them as an independent case, treat them as a class. That means if they are there, this couple is there, there will be more who would be requiring help, and the government funding or the government benefits should actually lead to the benefit of the poor and who are senior. Now, Rakesh being a responsible person, which has been identified, the Rakesh has also been given identifying the beneficiaries under healthcare. So if he has to identify, can he not broaden his criteria, or if not broaden the criteria, at least ask the state government to consider broadening the criteria? State government, if it accepts it or not, is not in the purview of the case. ये नहीं बोला है कि राकेश ने अगर ये करा है तो राकेश के करने के बाद गवर्नमेंट क्या जवाब देगी. That is not what the case is asking. Case is asking how would Rakesh handle it. So when Rakesh is handling it, can he not suggest the government, or can he not suggest the state to expand the criteria to, instead of the only point be, in case if somebody really needs it, if not complete, at least 50% of the expenditure to be borne by them, or and allowing for 50% to go for crowdfunding. अगर 100% नहीं है, कोशिश तो 100% से करोगे, 100% से इसलिए करोगे क्योंकि वही, दैट इज व्हाई दे आर गिविंग यू दिस इंफॉर्मेशन. राकेश स्टेट लेवल पे नोन है, हल्का आदमी नहीं है, उसकी ऑनेस्टी इज नोन एट द स्टेट लेवल. दैट मींस हिज इनपुट्स वुड बी कंसीडर्ड वैल्यूएबल. ठीक है ना, देखो लिखा भी है. Knowing his honesty, the government entrusted him with the responsibility. That means the government, again, safe assumption is that government is not crooked. Agencies are doing their work. So if Rakesh's opinion or Rakesh's being there is so important, why not suggest the same at the higher level? Isn't it? Because if you are not suggesting it, then you are using your honesty, you are keeping your honesty, but you are not a voluntary worker. You are not a proactive worker, you are just an active worker. But contemporary times of administration needs one person to be proactive. Proactive or active में अंतर पता है ना? Active is when you are doing the work which has been given to you. You are active enough, but you are not putting in your brain. You are a district level officer. That means you hold some importance. You are not only a district level officer, you are an honest and responsible district level officer. It is not that you are honest and district level officer and it is not known to people. You are honest and you are district level and it is known at the state level, at the government level. Then what stops you from making suggesting for an amend? Again, be careful in your articulation. Do not mention that I will change the criteria. Do not mention it at all. But mention that I will request the state to reconsider the criteria in order to include more number of people. देखो अगर यहाँ पर उन्हें कुछ और करवाना होता ना तो वो बोल देते कि रिजर्व्ड कम्युनिटी के अलावा किसी को दे नहीं सकते, सीधे सीधे बोल देते, और क्राइटेरिया भी वही ब्रेक कराए. Another thing that goes about this case is there is a high likelihood that one starts hitting emotional overtone in this answer. Why? Either you belong to reserved community or not. It is like feminism. It is like non-vegetarianism. If you belong to that position or not, but there is a likelihood that you go strictly for that. And the same thing would happen जो मैंने कल उस पे vegetarianism, non-vegetarianism में बताया था. So that thing you need to be careful about. That's how you can move ahead for answering. और कोई इसमें point तो नहीं, एक ही है ना. How would he handle this? Rakesh respond. This is how Rakesh will respond to the situation, by being proactive, by not denying them the opportunity to get treated. वो कोई ऐसी चीज नहीं है जिसका घर पे नहीं मिल रहा है, वो जिंदा रहने के लिए, क्वालिटी ऑफ लाइफ इंप्रूव करने के लिए. Do not think quality of life is also an important factor. Contemporary times we talk about quality of service delivery, in which one of the factors would be your health. Fundamental would be health. अगर आप सही नहीं रख रहे हो तो quality is not good. So all this you can suggest to your seniors. इसमें एक आध पॉइंट और हम लोग ऐड करेंगे, अभी नहीं बता रहा बिकॉज कंटेंट वहां तक हम लोग पहुंचे नहीं है. कल जब डिस्कस करेंगे तो रिमाइंड मी, आई विल ऐड 1 or 2 पॉइंट्स इन दिस. भाई क्वालिटी ऑफ सर्विस डिलीवरी का ही है बेसिकली, और आई विल टेल यू नाउ इटसेल्फ. लाइक क्वालिटी ऑफ सर्विस डिलीवरी फंडामेंटली डिपेंड्स ऑन व्हाट? इट डिपेंड्स ऑन कौन सी दो चीजें हैं जो कि बताएंगी इफ क्वालिटी ऑफ सर्विस डिलीवरी इज गुड और नॉट. One is health, one is education. If you are not working now, tomorrow, let's say instead of this scheme, there is a scheme of providing education to the people who are from reserved community. Right? इसको अब ऐसे change कर दो. This is not a case study about health, and this not about senior citizens. Same thing, everything is same, but instead of health, this is a case study on education, where kids are there, and they have given a scheme. समझ में आ जाएगा इससे. They have given a scheme where you are supposed to extend benefits to the children belonging to these three criteria. Now you see whether that distinction is holding true or not. भाई बच्चा अगर रिजर्व्ड कम्युनिटी का है तो he will get an education, and बच्चा if he is not from reserved category he will not get an education, isn't it? In such a case, can you practically allow this? They will not make a case study like that, because it directly tells you, no, that you can't let them go. But in this it doesn't tell you directly. But health and education are two fundamental things. Otherwise, how would you improve the quality of services that you are giving? कल आप ये नहीं बोल सकते ना कि otherwise you are doing the same discrimination what was done towards reserved communities historically. When they suffered of what reason? That they were given the plus platform, and they were not given a plus platform, they were given a minus platform. So all those inequalities, everything started coming in. Today, if you start discriminating among, क्योंकि गरीब तो बच्चा कोई भी हो सकता है ना, कास्ट देखकर थोड़ी ना गरीब होगा, गरीब तो कंडीशन है क्या हो सकता है. So in such a case, the merely replacing it with education will tell you कि आपको दिमाग कहां पर सोचना है. और यूपीएससी ने उसका बैकग्राउंड बना के भेजा हुआ है. वो तो या तो बोल देता कि राकेश को बस असाइन करा हुआ है, तभी तो ये लोग डिटेल बताते हैं. राकेश को असाइन करा हुआ है, लेकिन क्यों असाइन करा है? ऑनेस्ट है, रिस्पॉन्सिबल है, डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल ऑफिसर है. करो भाई करो, बोल रहा है करो थोड़ा सा ऐसा काम. फिर से बोल रहा हूं, बी केयरफुल अबाउट द आर्टिकुलेशन. डू नॉट से कि मैं इसे चेंज करूंगा, but say that I will put an effort, I will ask my seniors to consider expanding the class to other people as well, है ना, not only reserved community. हाँ बिल्कुल, वो बोला हुआ है, आंसर्स में बोला हुआ है. आप सी ऑल दोज थिंग्स विल बी नॉर्मली इंक्लूडेड इन द आंसर. कि मान लो अगर if this doesn't work out, if this doesn't work out, but हुआ क्या, जो अभी अपन ने बात करी, what we have discussed right now and what has been given over there as well, like you people have included, that all in all will anyway start reaching more than the number of words. Otherwise, the interview वाले question में क्या था? How can we negate one and go ahead for another one? The difference between the interview one and this one is already there will be too much of content in this. In interview one, you will be falling short of that. So the scope of actions or variables was more. In this, the scope of variables is not as high. Understood? Online students understood? Please say a yes or say a no or say we won't say, but say something. Online students, is it understood? Say write yes, write no, write something. Yes, very good, Vipin. Good, Pooja. So I think that would be all now. Tomorrow we'll cover with the rest of the topics that I intended to do in the class. We are moving on the right speed, and I hope one important question which I keep asking you daily, I hope you are seeing improvement not only in your ethics answer, but with the approach that we have adopted also in the other answers or other places where you are writing answers. I hope that is the case. Please give me a feedback on that. That if that is the case, right? Don't write yes, because yes to already likha hai na. Write I, yes, impacting. Write I in case if it is helping you in other papers as well. Some students, one of the students in this, like he is your fellow aspirant. He has reached 112. Yesterday I asked him that you certain things. Oh, thanks a lot, Monica. 140 plus he should score this year. All right, so I think that would be all for today. All the best. Tomorrow we'll have one more session. 30th, we'll not discuss much. We'll discuss questions. Plus, we'll do certain topics. So we'll keep it a little light, because next day it will be a little heavy. Heavy because the whole question paper will be discussed. राइट? तो उसमें कमर पट्टियां बांध के आना। एक सेकंड रुकना, कुछ लिखा रहा है। अरे चलता क्यों नहीं है अब? हाँ, आया आया आया। Very good evening. Good evening to everyone and thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. We'll see each other tomorrow. I'm going to end the class.